Good morning, Bapak dan Ibu. The opening ceremony will commence shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, Rector of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Professor Dr. Ahmad S.E. MSc, represented by the Head of Institute for Research and Community Services, Professor Insinyur Mutia Elma, ST MSc PhD, IPM, ASEAN Eng Inventor. Honorable Vice Rectors of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Honorable Chair and Secretary of the University Senate, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Honorable Director of Graduate School, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Honorable Deans of the Faculties of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Head of Institution, Head of Bureaus, Divisions, and Units, Coordinators and Sub-Coordinators, University Treasurer for Income and Expenses of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Heads of Bapeda Baperida throughout South Kalimantan, leaders of universities in Banjarmasin, distinguished keynote speakers, invited guests, and all attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to everyone attending the opening ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals, Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah, in conjunction with the International Symposium on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities 2026. It is a great honor and privilege to have your presence with us today. This year's conference theme, Blue-Green Futures, Advancing Wetlands and Green Buildings for the 2030 SDGs, highlights the integrated role of blue ecosystem and green built environments in achieving sustainable development goals by 2030. First of all, let us offer our gratitude to God for allowing us to gather here safely and in good health. Ladies and gentlemen, to commence the opening ceremony, let us recite Basmalah together. Ladies and gentlemen, to express our respect and love for our nation, please kindly all rise as we sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please be seated. Moving on to the next agenda, we are honored to present you a cultural welcome through a traditional dance performance, Tarapung Baintan Dance, by students of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. This dance portrays the resilience and enduring spirit of the Acil Bajukung, the women traders on boats, as it follows their daily journey from preparing their goods and paddling across the waters to earn the livelihood, to finally returning home in hope of the better life. Please enjoy the performance. To Professor Mutia, Mr. Bipin, Dr. Andreas, Professor Bauji, and Professor Sunardi, please kindly stand to receive the draping of the scarf. Thank you for the beautiful performance. We will now have a moment of prayer. We invite Bapak Dr. Rusdiansyah, SPDI MPDI, to lead the prayer.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma lakal hamdu syukru kulluh wa lakal hamdu hatta tarda wa lakal hamdu idza radita wa lakal hamdu ba'da ridha wa lakal hamdu min kulli hal. Allahumma ij'al barik lana warhamna wahfazna fi hadzal makan al-mujtama' konferensi internasional seminar lahan basah Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Ya Allah Rabbana innaka antas sami'ul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Allahumma ij'al hadha baldan Indonesia baladan aminan mutma'innah warzuqhum la raiba fih. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the opening remarks. The first remark will be delivered by the Steering Committee of ICWSDGS and SNLLB in conjunction with SBCC 2026. Please welcome Bapak Profesor Sunardi, SSI, MSc, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Vice Rector and Dean of ULM in attendance, Head of LPPM ULM, the new Head of LPPM, Prof. Mutia Ilma, PhD, and Honorable Chairperson of this conference, Dr. Insinyur Yuslina Sari, and our support team in this conference. First and foremost, let us express our sense gratitude to Almighty God for His blessing and grace, allowing us to gather here today in good health and high spirit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for us to welcome our distinguished plenary speaker, Dr. Fauzan Azimat, from the Directorate General of Research and Development, today attends online, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of Republic Indonesia. We are also deeply honored to welcome our standing keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Andreas Matsharakis from the University of Freiburg, German. Good morning. Professor Bao Jihe from Chongqing University, China. Thank you very much. Mr. Bipin Shah, President of Winbuild Incorporation, USA. Good morning, Prof. Arsitek Dr. Eng Peta Paramita from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Profesor Eko Setiawan, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Winis Nugroho, PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dr. Eng Muhammad Doni Kurniawan from Institut Teknologi Bandung. And Dr. Insinyur Yuslina Sari from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Institute for Research and Community Service, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals and Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah. And this year, held in conjunction with International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Building Cities and Communities. This conference is organized by LPPM ULM in collaboration with the Center of Excellence for Low Emission Building Material and Energy, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. We sincerely appreciate the support and participation of all speaker, presenter, reviewer, partner, and participant who have made this event possible. As we all know, the world today faces increasing complex environmental challenges, climate change, ecosystem degradation, biodiversity loss, and for environmental pollution, rapid urbanization, and increasing demand for energy and infrastructure have become pressing global concern. These challenges cannot be solved by a single institution or even a single country. They require collective action, scientific innovation, multidisciplinary research, and international collaboration. As we strive to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, collaboration among universities, government, industries, and community has become more important than ever. Wetlands play a vital role in climate resilience, biodiversity conservation, water security, and sustainable livelihood. At the same, the sustainable building, resilient cities, and low emission technology are essential for creating a better future. Wetlands are among the most valuable ecosystems on Earth. They function as natural carbon sinks, regulate water system, preserve biodiversity, mitigate disaster, and support the livelihood of millions of people. As a university located in one of Indonesia's largest wetland regions, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat is committed to advancing research and innovation that contributed to sustainable environment management and community development. We hope this conference will serve as a platform for exchanging ideas, strengthening international collaboration, and generating research that deliver real benefit to society. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our distinguished plenary and keynote speaker for sharing their knowledge and expertise. I also thank all participants for your valuable contribution and active participation. I wish you all an inspiring conference, productive discussion, and an enjoyable stay in Banjarmasin. Oke, ada satu pantun. Memandang bulan dari dermaga, ditemani kekasih yang cantik, aduhai. Selamat datang para tamu semua di kota Banjarmasin, kota seribu sungai. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the wonderful remark. The next agenda is the official address from Rector of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, which will be delivered on behalf of his by Profesor Insinyur Mutia Elma, ST, MSc, PhD, IPM, ASEAN Eng, Inventor. Please join me in welcoming Profesor Insinyur Mutia Elma, ST, MSc, PhD, IPM, ASEAN Eng, Inventor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to see you all, and warm greetings for all of us. Today, I stand up here as a part of a rector, but I'm not a rector. It's a specific task that's for today. So, the Honorable Director General of Research and Development, Dr. Fauzan Aziman STM Eng, I think he's presenting through platform Zoom for today. The Honorable Governor of South Kalimantan would be presented by the Government and People Welfare, South Kalimantan, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Hajah Galuh Tantri Narindra, STMT. We are not seeing her yet. Okay, the Honorable, the Head of the Higher Education Institution Services for Region 11, Bapak Dr. Andes Muhammad Akbar, MSc, who just left. Okay, the Honorable all keynote speakers and invited speakers, Professor Dr. Andreas Zacharias from University of Freiburg, Germany, Professor Bao Jihe from Chongqing University, China, Mr. Bipin Shah, the president of TIE Hubley Incorporation from United States. Glad to see you all for today. AR Dr. Eng Beta Paramita from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Eko Setiawan, STMT PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia, Bapak Winnie Setio Nugroho, SCAD MT PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Indonesia, Dr. Eng Muhammad Doni Kurniawan, STMT from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Yuslena Sari, SCOM MCOM from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, of course. Distinguished guests from partner university, all the head of the hospital, Shifa Medica, and Citra Medical Rumah Sakit as well. Okay. All the respected members of scientific and organizing committees, dear researchers, lecturers, students, participants, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say warm greeting and best wishes from our rector, from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Professor Dr. Ahmad Alim Bahri, SA, MSc. We would like, so sorry for today, he couldn't come for this very interesting conference. It is due to a lot of work that he has to do in Jakarta. It is a great honor for me to deliver his message and also the welcoming remark on his behalf as the opening ceremony for the 3rd International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals, or ICWSDGS, and Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah. So means the National Seminar for Wetland, in conjunction with the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities, SBCC 2026. On behalf of the Director and the entire academic communities of the Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, I warmly welcome all the speakers, delegates, researchers, practitioners, policymakers, and all participants to this international conference. To our guests who have traveled all around the world, please welcome to Banjarmasin. It's a bit quite hot city, and you enjoy the life, culture, and development are closely connected with the river and the wetland. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is Blue-Green Futures, Advancing Wetland and Green Buildings for the 2030 SDGs Agenda. It is both timely and highly relevant. And we move closer to 2030, the world continues to face complex challenges related to climate change, environmental degradation, urban development, public health, social resilience, and sustainable resource management. These challenges cannot be solved by one discipline. And also for one institution like Lambung Mangkurat University, or only one country alone. For that, we need to have strong collaboration, integrated knowledge, and concrete action. For our university, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, wetlands are not only an academic subject, they are part of our identity, our local wisdom, and our responsibility. Located in South Kalimantan, ULM is the biggest university, and has a strategic role in promoting research and community services related to wetland environment, sustainable development, and well-being of society. So through this conference, we do hope to strengthen contribution as a center of knowledge and innovation for wetland based on sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, the conjunction of ICWSDGS with SBCC 2026 also brings an important perspective. Sustainability must connect natural ecosystem with the built environment. Wetland, green buildings, sustainable cities, circular economy, digital transformation, responsible resource management, environmental education, and community empowerment are all interconnected. By bringing these topics together, this conference provides a valuable platform for interdisciplinary dialogue and impactful collaboration. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Institute of Research and Community Services of Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, the University Center of Excellence for Low Emission Building Materials and Energy of University Pendidikan Indonesia, the organizing committees, the scientific committees, partners, sponsors, and all parties who have worked hard to make this conference possible. Your dedication and teamwork are highly appreciated. To all presenters and participants, I encourage you all to use this conference as an opportunity not only to share research findings, but also to build network, develop partnership, and generate ideas that can be translated into real solutions for our communities. May this discussion during conference, presentation, and exchange during these 2 days will inspire new research, stronger collaboration, and meaningful contribution to the Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, I hope that all participants, especially those coming from outside South Kalimantan, will enjoy your stay in Banjarmasin and experience the warm hospitality and unique wetland culture, the language, the food, and also our specific region. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby officially open the 3rd International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals and Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah in conjunction with the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities 2026. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the inspiring remarks. We will now proceed with the group photo session. May I kindly invite the head of LPPM, all keynote speakers, distinguished guests, and member of the organizing committee to stand for the official photograph. Participants are kindly requested to remain seated until further instruction. Once again, please. To Bapak, to Professor Sunardi, all distinguished guests from UPI also, please stand for the official photograph. Sekali lagi, habis ini dulu. To all participants, you may rise to take photos. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu para hadirin, kami harap untuk berdiri, untuk bisa bergabung bersama untuk sesi foto. Silakan merapat ke depan. Kami persilahkan untuk merapat untuk foto session. Thank you very much for everyone. You may now return to your seats. We would like to say welcome to the representative of Governor of South Kalimantan, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Haja Galuh Tantri Narindra STMT, as the Assistant for Government Affairs and Public Welfare, South Kalimantan Province. Thank you for attending here with us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening ceremony of the 3rd International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals, Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah, in conjunction with International Symposium on Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities 2026. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all distinguished guests, speakers, participants, and committee members for your presence and valuable contribution. We wish you a productive conference and an enjoyable experience throughout the program. Thank you, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all attendees, please remain seated as we are progressing to the next agenda.
Sofiana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is plenary speakers of the third ICWSDGS and SNLLB in conjunction with SBCC 2026. The session will be conducted hybrid with Bapak Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMeng as the Director General for Research and Development, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. The session will be led by our moderator, Insinyur Arsitek Ilham Daniah STMT MSc PhD IPM IAI. She is currently the Head of National and International Partnership FPTI Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She gained her PhD in School of Architecture and Urban Planning, the State University of New York at Buffalo, USA. Please welcome Insinyur Arsitek Ilham Daniah STMT MSc PhD IPM IAI.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And now I will welcome you to the plenary session of the third International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals and the Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah, held in conjunction with the International Symposium on Sustainable Building Cities and Communities. It is my great honor to serve you as a moderator for this session. I would like to welcome our plenary session speaker, Dr. M. Fauzan Aziman, M.Eng. I believe that he's already with us, joining us online through Zoom meeting. Good morning, Pak Dr. Fauzan Aziman.
Good morning. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me?
May we check whether Dr. Aziman is already joining us online?
Yeah, I've joined online. Let me see if...
Yeah, while waiting for Dr. Fauzan Aziman's readiness to join with us, let me introduce our plenary session speaker today. Bapak Dr. Fauzan Aziman is currently served as the Director General of Research and Development at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. In this role, he leads national policy on research, development, and the downstreaming of research into innovation that delivers real impact for society and industry. So Dr. Fauzan's journey is a remarkable story of Indonesian talent on the global stage. He earned his bachelor degree in engineering from Institut Teknologi Bandung and continued his master's degree at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan. And he completed his PhD in computational engineering at Swansea University, United Kingdom. Then he pursued his doctoral and academic career at the University of Oxford, United Kingdom, where he worked as a researcher and lecturer in engineering science. From that research ecosystem, he co-founded Alloyd Limited, an Oxford spin-out company. This is a living proof that university research can be transformed into innovation with real economic and societal value. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us giving a warm welcome to Dr. Fauzan Aziman, who will deliver his plenary speech. Dr. Aziman?
Yeah,
The time is yours for approximately 20 minutes. Thank you.
thank you. And then hopefully you can hear me now.
We can hear you clearly, Dr. Fauzan.
Okay, thank you for the moderator for the introductions. And first of all, my apologies for not joining in person due to an unforeseen circumstance on the family matters. I need to join through online. First of all, thank you for the invitation for us. And then our gratitude as well for the organizer to have such an important topic being discussed for this international conference. And then for the participants joining both online and also offline, including the governor or representative of the governors, and also head of our local government in South Kalimantan, and then head of LLDT 11, rector of the University of Lambung Mangkurat, and all the vice rectors and dean, head of LPPM, and chairperson of this conference, of course, Professor Sunardi, and the support team joining and then supporting as well today's conference. So let me provide some insight of what we think about the topic and then also the key theme being discussed as we progress the way we orchestrate research and development ecosystem here in Indonesia, especially for this morning's topic on advancing wetlands and green buildings for the 2030 SDGs agenda. Again, my name is Fauzan. I am Director General of Research and Development in the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology. To the next slide, please. I think data, as we see here, speaks volume. And then my understanding, everyone joining today's conference will be very familiar, but just to get a sense of context of why wetlands are very important and valuable. But at the same time, we see this is a vanishing ecosystem that we feel there should be a path forward that we build, especially consistently and then with such strong strategic planning. So from the global GDP itself, 7.5%, global GDP, it contributed through wetlands, but the wetlands, despite the wetlands only cover about 6% of our Earth's surface. So in itself, the value of wetland is actually high. But then when we see the data since 1970, so the annual decline rate is around 0.52%. And then subsequently, that will as well affect the way our habitat being affected. So we see 85% decline in freshwater species populations depend on this ecosystem. And then finally, we see as well numbers here that estimated global financing gap to support, according to WWF, is around 275 to 550 billion. So more of this needs to be known, and then think through a conference, to discussions, to disseminations of research results, hopefully directions of travel from government will be more and more focused and also strategically as well consistent. That probably point to the directions that we hope that today's conference will have an output that could be a strong input to our government and also to worldwide response to this data. And in the next slide, we see as well the distributions, especially in Indonesia. So previously around the globe, Indonesia, home of 25% of global mangroves. So we have about 3.5 million hectares of mangroves protecting 17,000 kilometers of our coastline, and then supporting 50 million people in the coastal communities. So you see that it is a massive part of our economic ecosystem. And in fact, 74% of our national mitigation potentials within the peatlands contributed within Indonesia's ecosystem. And then on that note, as you see on the right-hand side on the map, we see distributions, whether the areas covered by wetlands, they are all either agriculture in nature or aquaponic or aquaculture in nature, and also used for infrastructures development and some as low stated vegetation. So this data says that in Indonesia, we are an archipelagic nation in nature. So we have 70% of our area covers by sea, by ocean, and then 30% by land, which means coastal areas, they are massive, but also at the same time, due to the complexity of the historical nature of our lands, the specificity of our coastlines may also need different treatment, different potential scientific solutions that needs to be discussed, needs as well to be addressed, and then needs as well to be researched. So hopefully this gives some background why we feel wetland a potential strategic superpower for Indonesia's future. To the next slide, please. And if we zoom in a little bit further, for example, here we see the disappearing rivers of Banjarmasin. And just looking at this data, so for example, city of 1,000 rivers, known of, but then the count dropped from 117 in 1997, and now merely around half of the rivers, so about 60 today. And which means that that count as well 1 million hectares of mangrove loss. And then you see that South Kalimantan maintains 382,000 hectares of wetlands, serves as foundation's identity for the indigenous Banja people. So you could see that the decline of the river may affect as well sociocultures and socioeconomic of our indigenous people, very important for our foundations of our communities. And in Indonesia, we believe that research should be based on problem statement requires by communities to be solved. So this is hopefully timing side is the right timing to really address this loudly in a way that more and more research outputs should be disseminated around this topic. And then we would like to support, and then please do as well discuss on potential benchmarking in other areas, as I mentioned, Indonesia's usual problem statements in one area, despite it's all about wetlands, for example, but they may have a different specificity on the complexity of the land itself. So looking into prioritizing some areas of interest, something that we would like to support. And in the next slide, please. And for that, a little bit of input from our side on the strategic framework that research can do, and then universities, research institutions can also assist, local government can work together with universities, and also local industries can work as well in this potential strategic framework, what we call it a national living lab. So a living lab coined by MIT in late 1990s, and more living labs being built around the world, where you don't go to just labs in universities, for example, but then you can identify an area of interest that we can work together, say multi-stakeholders over there, with government being involved, but then university partners can make use of the national lab effectively. And then the alignment with SDGs, this is very obvious. For example, SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 14 and 15 on life below water and also land, and SDG 11 on sustainable cities. So the part to smart wetlands, something probably can be pushed for is smart wetland management. And then this could also bring in state-of-the-art technologies, for example, AI-based monitoring. You can bring in as well satellite imaginary informations, imaging from satellites processed by AI, and then that may help really to build potential solutions to return back the circular economy of South Kalimantan. So the core competence of the wetlands innovations in terms of three components that we feel potentially could be discussed during this conference is the co-creation paradigm. So the co-creation, it means that not only the researchers, but also it has to bring industry, local authorities, and also bring in public perspective. And then that every stage of the development through research, I think that will be very useful. And so through the living lab, but having living labs, say, in some areas of South Kalimantan, so we can test real world conditions. So this could also provide insights to our global research communities, bring the characteristics of specific wetlands in Indonesia to be brought for attention. And then based on that, the quadruple helix ecosystem can be brought in. So, which means that we notice well on the problem statement. We built some methodology on how to solve, how to maintain, and then government being involved, and then wetland. It means that anything that we put some solutions to the current issues will require time, which means sustainability is important. So for that, we feel that there might be 5 pillars that we feel potential successful implementation. So hopefully all these 5 pillars will be discussed during today's conference. So first is social communities. Social communities probably the backbone of in Indonesia. As you can see, we are very diverse in terms of cultures and also background, history. So social communities always part of very key to our potential solutions. But then to really bring solutions on to the implementation for long term, we need industry actors to be involved. So industries should be as well be part of the discussion. So I hope there will be some representative from industry joining today's discussion, or maybe if not, then could be some ways to plan disseminations to industry and make them involved. We do have as well a program that can support industrial involvement. Later on, I can explain a little bit on that. And then build research communities. So research communities in this case, I would support the idea of bringing consortium or consortia and trying to solve similar kind of interests in the problems. And that could be some universities in Kalimantan could also invite universities overseas to be involved in, and some other universities might be outside Kalimantan, and some key universities really close to the locus of where we would like to work on the wetlands. And the fourth is infrastructure. So infrastructures, we can work with government on this, with local authorities, but then I think academia can provide some architectural background on how to orchestrate the build of our infrastructures around the wetlands. And then lastly is about political support. So in our research development, so yearly, 40% of our research funding goes to social humanities. So social humanities, and then one of which include political studies. And the reason of this is because of, due to the complexity of the governance in terms of regulations and also understanding relationship between different hierarchical authorities. So political support is something which needs to be studied, I mean, neutrally, but at the same time, scientifically. So hopefully this, we see that wetland research, not only about science, but it is on how a living laboratory for climate solutions and economic growth can be implemented. So hopefully that provides some insights of where we are heading. To the next slide, please. Now, onto the green buildings. So I remember last year I discussed this critical point as well in an international conference. And then we track the data. As you can see in terms of green buildings, and especially in Indonesia into the decarbonization points that we are aiming and then where we are. So we see as well that this is part of binding codes in 85 countries, but then worldwide it's just about 5% world is delivering on this. And then in Indonesia, we have around hundreds of buildings nationwide with certification framework. But overall, there is a sense of urgency that we need to get national attention on this. So hopefully research can also support in terms of how standards and then positioning Indonesia on low carbon constructions can be more and more implemented within the regulations. So which means that the outcomes of today's conference, especially on this topic, will be something government will be appreciative if the output can assist on the regulations building this. And we at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology happy to assist if, say, some researchers would like to discuss with relevant regulators in other ministries, because that is part of our role. Not only we provide as a funding agency for research, but also we would like us to be an enabler of solution making, and then that includes as well in the green buildings issue. So please shout out to us if you would like us to assist on communicating to the right regulators within the government. Now to the next slide. I will then speak a little bit on the policy. So we discuss key problem statements that could be highlights of today's topic. And as much as we would like to solve both the wetlands and green buildings, we understand the key nature of our technology development in Indonesia is pretty much complex. So understanding this, and then understanding as well the way we build our research ecosystem, hopefully provide you some insights of how serious we are on working on those critical issues. So I'll start with what we see important in the future is how balance and then how we manage ideas, new ideas, old ideas, all useful, and then how to push forward that in the area of importance, especially when we are in the very disruptive ecosystem at the moment, especially on the technologies. So technologies duplicate, for example, computers. I think everyone's more slow. Every 18 months doubled in terms of its capacity, its complexity, so on and so forth. So we bring that not necessarily just on the technological side, but also the complexity of social science and solutions towards social science. And then perhaps at this moment, there is no single science that works alone. So it has to be a part of other collaborating science. And then I think this is where the key in providing solutions to wetlands and green buildings. So experts in these natures needs to work with experts in different fields. And then perhaps what we couldn't find in the past in terms of solutions, by having conferences, discussions like what we have today, you may bring up something new to the table that can be potential solutions to Indonesia. To the next slide. And then the baseline of that is innovation. So hopefully more and more innovation, and more and more industry will take up. University can provide, in Indonesia still, as to stimulus our industry to work more and more with not only as merchant per se, but also to bring up innovations to their solutions and also to our local authorities. And as what we see here through the history of innovation cycle, innovations is getting shorter in terms of time of development, which means that I think if we work carefully with innovations, hopefully we can accelerate solutions of the wildlife and green buildings and relevant SDGs that we are talking about. To the next slide, please. And which also means that I think this is everyone's with a strong understanding on the technology readiness level. And then as you can see, some of these solutions may be still on the upstream side, and then government will provide more funding on the upstream. But as we go downstream, we need to work with industry, work with potential investors, and also when we scale up, we need to work with banks, for example, and also we need to work with local government. But identifying yourself where your research is in terms of technology readiness level and providing solutions, that would be very helpful for us to really push through so that your research can continue and then providing solutions to our communities. To the next slide. And this is as well, as I mentioned earlier, that we reposition universities in terms of research based on challenge. And then that includes the wetland and green building. So in the past, research based on key topics. But then the issue with that is that that specific topic, working on the specific topic itself, but then based on national key challenge, it means that multidisciplinary fields can join in, so not necessarily on the STEM subject, but also on the humanities, even arts, social science, so on and so forth. Sometimes people call it STEM, share, or HAS. Yeah, share means social, humanities, arts, religion, and also economics. To the next slide. And in fact, that is the way we provide funding. So our funding in Indonesia is based off whether you're working. So on the left-hand side, we call it the Priority Research Program, where the priority of our research is improving distributions of research, which means that we would like smaller universities, more as well young researchers to be part of research. So if we see these normal distributions of our researchers in terms of capacity and index of success, for example, so we would like to improve average one to average through the priority research program. And I can tell that most of our funding still based on the priority research program, because in Indonesia we have 300,000 academics, we have about 4,000 universities, we have about 1 million students in higher education. And then on the right-hand side, we provide as well funding, usually larger in nature. So this is for strategic research program, for specific key theme that impactful for our communities. And usually these involve more competitive, but at the same time, larger funding. So hopefully you can see the two differences between the priority and strategic, and then I think wetland and also green buildings research could be part either the priority research program, which means involving more and more researchers from local universities, and strategic research program involving more and more powerful collaborations. To the next slide. And so feel free to read through all our research programs that you can be part of. So on the left-hand side and right-hand side, they are written in details. And then the way we stack all this up, so we start by providing the right ecosystem to our universities. So that is our priorities as the baseline. And then we have programs related to talent of researchers. And then we have research funding itself. And then we have programs relevant to technology transfers. So this is more to research translation, or in Indonesia, we call it downstreaming. And then on top of the pyramid is returning back to our society, to our communities. So hopefully you see the regulations and trajectory of our research travel, that we start from problems needed by our communities and end up by as well contributing to our communities. So kind of a circular research nature that we are building within Indonesia. To the next slide, please. Yes.
To kindly remind you that your time is in the next 20
Yes.
minutes.
So
Thank you.
yeah, okay. I think I'll just stop here then. So everyone, hopefully that provides some background of our research ecosystem, and then we see the importance of wetland and also green buildings. So we support today's discussions. And my apologies that for question and answer, if you could send in writing to our team, I'm happy, our team happy to answer those questions. And again, apologies that I couldn't be attending in person today, but my appreciations for all the speakers and also for the organizers of today's conference. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dr. Fauzan Aziman, our deep condolences and our sympathy for your loss. And we are also thanking you for your presentation and your presence here online with us. You gave us
Thank you.
insightful and inspiring notes for us to start the conference here regarding to the wetlands and sustainable buildings and communities. So, ladies and gentlemen, as
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Aziman mentioned earlier that he cannot entertain the question and answer session, so please deliver your question to our team, and we'll be happy to deliver that to the team of Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology to be answered. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Fauzan Aziman. Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you very
please
much.
give a big round of applause to the keynote session or plenary speaker session given by Dr. Fauzan Aziman. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Aziman mentioned about the 3 or 4 points pertinent to our conference today. He mentioned that the wetland is having increasing potential, but there are vanishing ecosystem. And with the superpower, the involvement of government and universities, a collaboration between the pentahelix are urged and motivated to do not only research, but also innovations on the wetlands. And the university are the engine of the early stage innovation. Collaboration between the pentahelix, involving universities, governments, ministries, local governments, industries, communities, and various stakeholders are motivated and endorsed to have innovation. So not only in the research ecosystem, but we are encouraged to have innovation so that the impact will be delivered to the communities. With that good notes, I would like to end this plenary session. I will hand over to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Dr. Fauzan Aziman STMN and also Ibu Insinyur Arsitek Ilham Daniah PhD for this inspiring and insightful session. Now we invite Ibu Ilham Daniah to stand here, for the appreciation, and we will invite Ibu Dr. Yuslena to be on the stage to present the token of appreciation. Let us once again give our warm appreciation with a round of applause. Thank you. Distinguished guests, we will continue the program to keynote speaker session 1. This session will be moderated by Ibu Utami Irawati, PhD. She is currently affiliated with Chemistry Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. She graduated from Purdue University, United States. To Ibu Utami Irawati, PhD, the stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of us, distinguished keynote speakers, respected faculty and university leaders, honorable guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our keynote session of the third International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development Goals and Seminar Nasional Lingkungan Lahan Basah. Today, this year, the seminar is held in conjunction with the International Symposium and Workshop on Sustainable Building Cities and Communities 2026. My name is Utami, and it is my great honor and pleasure to serve as your moderator for this keynote session. Today's conference brings together distinguished scholars and practitioners from around the world to exchange ideas, share innovation, and strengthen collaborations in addressing global sustainability challenges. We are truly privileged to have 4 outstanding keynote speakers whose expertise spans from climate change, climate science, sustainable urban development, green building technologies, and industry-driven innovation. We will have, as I have mentioned before, we will have 4 keynote speakers. Professor Dr. Andreas Magzarakis from University of Freiburg, Germany. And then we also have Dr. Bipin Shah, the president of Windberg Incorporation, USA. Professor Bo Ji-hei from Chongqing University, China. And Architect Dr. Engineering Beka Paramita from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our keynote speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, please a round of applause for our keynote speakers. Thank you very much. And then for our first keynote speaker, it is my great pleasure to introduce him, Professor Dr. Andreas Magzarakis. He is a distinguished scientist from the University of Freiburg, Germany, and he is internationally recognized for his extensive research in biometeorology, urban climatology, and human thermal comfort. His work has made significant contributions to understanding the impacts of climate and heat stress on human well-being, particularly in the context of climate change and sustainable urban development. And today, Professor Magzarakis will deliver a speech entitled Heat Stress in Hot and Humid Climates and the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Andreas Magzarakis, please, the time is yours. So while waiting, Professor Magzarakis.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry. Thank you very much for the introduction, Utami. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you some insights concerning the title that you have seen here before. It seems that we are facing a problem. Yes, it's not running. Not running. Okay, good. I will talk today about climate change, and I would like to try to bring together the connection between climate and not only about wetlands, but also about sustainable goals. I have produced today 3 aims for that I mentioned, and when we look on these transparencies, we see that most of the changes that we in reality facing or at the moment are experiencing, that we will have an increase in temperature. And this increase in temperature is manifested in the Paris Agreement. That means we are facing to the end of the century 3 to 4 centigrade, but in the Paris Agreement is standing 1.5 or 2.0 centigrade. That's the main point. And the second point, which is important for me, is that concerning what happened this year, especially in Europe, 10 days before and so on, is something that many Secretary of the United Nations stated that will be a challenge. And we see that one of these challenges that we have, which is heat, is something not only extraordinary, but something that affects our daily life, also the daily life. So I will talk about heat and heat quantification to provide you the methodology that we have and how we can manage that, because in reality we are talking about management. And then to show you very short, very quickly, an example how we can bring heat and sustainable development goals together. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a long trip in order to be here, and I'm demanding from you to do me a favor. Yeah. You got all of you on your table, you have something to make notes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, do you mind if we do some little bit of translations? It's okay.
It's okay, it's okay.
Okay.
I think
okay.
no translation because we will never finish.
Okay.
Okay. So please do me a favor, take the papers that you have here, the notes, and write down more than 20 keywords that you think from that what that I'm saying, I will say that is important for you. Not only for your work, but also personally for you. That's important. Okay, so we have the increase of air temperature, and we have also the increase, this one or this one? Yeah. We have the increase of air temperature, and we see also that we have a change in the extremes. And we talk about the extremes now, and if you look to the extremes, you see which factors are mostly affecting extremes. And if you look to the factors, mostly you find temperature, but it's not only the air temperature is also the temperature of the water. And if you look to the extremes, they changed? Thank you. And if you look to the extremes, and you see the extremes stated here, this is from the IPCC, you see extremes like drought, extreme heat, extreme precipitation, hurricane, tornadoes, and wildfires. Is there an extreme that you didn't face in your life? And these extremes will increase in the future, and that's the point. What is the important point concerning the extremes? And what is the question or the difference in the Paris Agreement negotiations that we had between 1.5 and 2 centigrade? This is not the increase of the mean, but this is the frequency, how often we take here heat, how often this takes place. In an increase of 1.5, we will have every 10 years 4 times extreme heat. In 2, we will have 5.6, and with 4 centigrade, we will have every year these extremes happen concerning heat. And this is the reason because we take this extreme concerning, in order to quantify that. Heat, it's an issue because all of us, we have faced that, but there are also some other factors that we have to consider. At the moment, 60% of the world population is facing heat, but we have also 60% urban population, and the secret is that in the cities, the CO2 emission is about 75%. And the other point is that we have additional factors during heat who are of importance, like age, social factors, but also the health status. And when we are facing heats, the first thing that is changed is the quality of life. The second one is the productivity. If you are exposed to the heat, you cannot, the production will be less and so on. And after that, we have the morbidity. That means people don't feeling well has to go to the hospital or to the doctor. And finally, the increase in the mortality. And the situation is in that way that now in future we are facing that. In the future, this will be increased. In the cities, it will be 2 times more because cities are much more warmer at the moment than the surroundings. In the future, we will have this 2 times. And this is the negative aspect. And most of the people talk about heat and want to quantify this only in terms of temperature. And the other point is that we have many good knowledge about that, but we have also the possibility, not the possibility, we developed in the last 20, 25 years many measures and actions. And therefore, we don't talk only about heat, but we talk about additional heat, heat plus, and so on. And the topic heat is not only on the agenda on science and so on, but is also on the agenda like G7, G20, and so on. And the focus at the moment is set to urban heat, occupational health and safety, maternal and child health, events, as we have at the moment the FIFA games in the United States. I'm sorry for the United States against Belgium. They lost, or they are losing.
4-1.
Thank you. And then we have also the indoor heat. The issue is not the exposure of the heat during the day, but during the night. Because during the night you don't heat, but you need comfort. If you don't have the comfort, you will have quite well sleep. And therefore, we have the possibilities to quantify that. And here we bring different disciplines together. Thermophysiology, that means the medical aspects and so on, looking about the receptors of the body and so on. And then we bring all the other information about energetical aspects, production of heat, exchange, evapotranspiration, and so on. We take the core elements that we need, or the important elements that we need, which is the core temperature, skin temperature, sweat, and so on. And then we have the possibility also to bring this together, assessments, psychology, in order to have a valuable assessment. This is the way how it can be done. This approach is existing more than 80 years now, and we have the possibility to continue that. And then we have the possibility to combine these factors based on temperature, humidity, wind, radiation, but also include thermophysiology, in this context, clothing and activity of the human body, and we receive something like a real temperature, real field temperature, because not only temperature counts that, because if you go now outside, you will feel more uncomfortable because of the high humidity and so on. And we have these possibilities to run all these approaches. And the question now is how to bring this together with the sustainable goals. I think it's not needed to explain that here. And we have here, that was too fast. We have the possibility here to analyze all the information that we have and all the data. This is not only the monthly means that we use. I have to go back here. This is, let me say, a traditional approach that we have here about the climate type. I think in Indonesia we have 6 climate types. Yes, we have in Indonesia, I think, 5 climate types. This is an example here of China. You see much more climate types. But this approach from the past, which is a fantastic approach, is a combination of the mean monthly conditions of temperature and precipitation. But this is maybe not the most appropriate way how to do that. Therefore, we analyze all the data in order to see what is the range, what is the frequency, because we have here the real field temperature, not air temperature, in combination of humidity, in order to capture all this relevant information. And then we approach that in terms not of means, but of frequency. And this frequency is running quite well. And this is an example here for a study that has been done by one of my former students from China. And then we analyze all the conditions. This was an analysis for 10 years. This can, of course, be run also for the future based on climate simulations, how the simulation future will be. And then we combine, in this context, the different climate in terms of the frequency of the conditions, if it's too cold, if it's comfortable, or if it's too hot. And then also the combination of other factors. And based on that, and the knowledge that is existing, this can be combined with the Sustainable Development Goals. And you see here all the Sustainable Development Goals that we have. I have selected only one Sustainable Development Goal, which is number 11, the Sustainable Cities, and so on. And we can separate here the conditions concerning the requirements that we have, which is the yellow one, and the blue one, which is the relevant proactive efforts about the impacts and so on, and then the expected sustainable responses. If you look to this transparency, I will really focus only on one thing, what is for me important. This is the risk management. The second one can be also, of course, mitigation and adaptation. And you see, only in this, only on SDG 11, we have close to 15 factors which we can quantify. And based on the analysis of that, we can summarize this concerning the factors that are affecting, like starting from public health, from acclimatization, the demands on energy, but also on transport, also for the long-term planning and urban design, and maybe also landscape planning, but also the possibility how to monitor that. I would like only to mention one specific thing. We have here similarities also to other sectors, but maybe also to other factors, and how to combine this with the SDGs. You see that there are only 5 SDGs missing, which are not included concerning heat. But if we will run this study now, I think we will have all the SDGs on board in this context. So you see that only 5 is missing. There are 2 who are much relevant. And of course, I would like to mention that concerning measures, we have many possibilities. And this we can find in the heat health action plans. And you see here the newest, the second version of the heat health action plan. And if you look on the factors or the core elements that we have here, we see many factors where we have not only interdisciplinary, but we have many other factors which affecting daily life. And there are always 8 factors. The same concept can be applied to the other extremes. And the one important thing is concerning heat. This is not the heat that we have exactly at the time, that is acute situation, but we have also before the heat, but also the post-processing, which is also, of course, evaluation of measures and so on. And one thing that happened in the last 5 years in Europe is that the government and the responsible people realize that heat is not only an issue for the summer, but it's an all-year issue, how to manage, to adapt, and so on. I would like to summarize. I was talking about heat. This is not correct. I was talking about management. And the summary is that urban climate or the conditions in urban areas are very relevant. We have climate change, which is affecting not only daily life, it's affecting everything. And if we concentrate in terms not only of communication to health and heat, we can gain a lot because this is always, all the factors are interconnected. We have only 2 possibilities, which is the mitigation and the adaptation. Mitigation runs very slow. Adaptation can run much faster, that's important. Only a heat health warning system can save lives, that's clear. And these actions that we have should not only be on the short term, but also on the long term. And the numbers that we should provide as scientists should not only be qualitative, but also quantitative. This is the reason because we use the frequencies in order to show how often this takes place. I would like to close with thank you in my original language, in Greek, Ευχαριστώ πολύ. And you see here that we can learn also from the animals, from the birds. You see all the animals are here in the shade, but the people there close by was in the sun. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Magzarakis, for your insightful presentation. And it's really interesting since you also mentioned about the heat wave. I remember hearing the news about a few days ago about the heat wave in Germany where, the Kremlin is melting, something like that. So, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Magzarakis. We will continue to our second keynote speaker, Professor Bao Jihe. Professor Bao Jihe is a professor at Chongqing University, China, and is internationally recognized for his pioneering research in sustainable cities, urban resilience, green infrastructure, and climate-responsive urban design. His work has been widely published and has significantly influenced research and policy in creating more resilient and sustainable urban environment. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Professor Bao Jihe.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the introduction, and also it's my great honor to be here to deliver our research with the invitation from Professor Beta Paramita. So today I will share another story after Professor Andreas Metadarakis. So I have the background urban planning and design, so we need to think about how to change our cities and the communities. Yeah. So it's actually quite difficult for us to work on this. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. At present, I would like to introduce the background of China. So, like many European countries and also India and in the countries in the Middle East, the urban overheating during the summer seasons is quite heavy. For the city of Chongqing, is a furnace city, is quite hot. The temperature in summer may run up to 40 degrees C in 1 year, more than 40 days. Yeah. So it's very important for us to address the urban overheating to improve people's livability, especially to link to the SDG. This is the background. So Professor Andrews has already introduced the large heat issues is on every year and causes the disease among large population. And also for China, we have a very large population. So the cities, especially the city group, and we have many large metropolitan like Chongqing. The total population is about 30 million. So it's a very high density city, and Heat Island is a very several as well. Beyond this, the synergies between heat island and heat wave can cause much stronger heat island effects. So to provide people with the cooling spaces, the most popular things is talk about the urban heat mitigation. But there are many limitations, like in high density cities like Chongqing, we have very limited space to add to include the grand blue infrastructure, and also for the couplements over the very high buildings, over 33 floors, it can make a limited sense to the cities. So adaptation is another option for us, like to encourage people to adjust their activities is through maybe the management and the government, and to do these activities by themselves. Still has some limitations because these measures are basically fragmented and short-term and highly dependent on economic resources. And during overheating days, many people have no choice, but they would like to migrate to surrounding cooler areas like the mountainous areas, and also for many remote rural areas is much cooler. We can see the temperature maybe 20 degrees lower than central Chongqing, or at least more than 10. So based on this, the local government would like to synergize this, the heat adaptation with the migration. We try to enhance the heat-driven short-term tourism to surrounding areas. So where to go? We have a map in China, so there is a lot of cool resources for people to escape, to relieve, and so on. But another story is, along with the cooling tourism development, maybe the local government of these of the mountainous areas, they would like to build transportation, hotels, and also many shelters to boost the local economy. It's a good thing actually to reduce the uneven economic development, but we need to see how to make sure the responsible development, responsible tourism, like the SDG, maybe SDG 9 or 7. Yeah. So we try to make a framework to assess, but based on the government has already released the standardized guidelines and the physical resource basis and the product integration. Like we released 100 cool towns, the list, to tell people where to go, where to migrate, where to tourist, to cool relief, and so on. But we need to think like the synergies of the human and the ecology, like the first plenary speaker taught that the vanishing ecology. So in these remote areas, we want to protect in the first. So we proposed the concept of the climate tourism trap. Like when the local governments of these mountainous areas, they built like the buildings and the transportation. If these generate local heat island effects and also to increase the local temperature again, like to reduce the cooling effects and cooling resources and so on. So from the perspective of the urban planning and design, we need to balance the cool economy and ecological protection. And so we want to find a way to strict control the construction intensity, optimize land use, and protect key green blue species, water resources, and also the ecological corridors and so on. So we develop a framework to assess. Based on this, we divide the towns into four types, like the main urban towns and the satellite towns, and also summer resort towns, like this is the summer resort towns, like the cool towns, according to the local government, and also the normal towns. This is the framework to assess. We use different kind of data to assess the temperature and to benchmark like the cool intensity, and also to see the gradient and also to find the drivers that may cause the local heat island effects again. So in past 25 years, we see these four kinds of towns have already expanded. This expanded for the satellite towns and also main urban towns, these times maybe 4 times already. And for the summer, the cool towns SR is 3.7 times roughly, like the main city towns and so on. It's actually very fast. So that means this may affect the cool resources and cool island intensity. So we analyze this and the cool benefits. We see the distribution of the cool benefits, especially if it's the green areas, it's green and blue areas. So we say this in the like the northeast part of Chongqing and also the southeast part of Chongqing. These areas are cool for people to migrate. But another story is like in summer, the cooler resources is much stronger in comparison to the main city of Chongqing. People can migrate. But another is interesting, and like the relative cooling effects in non-urban towns is intensifying. Like yes, this is because the central Chongqing, the heat island effects are much faster than surrounding remote areas. Yeah, but another thing is the local temperature of these towns are increasing. This means the relative cooling intensity maybe is much stronger. But locally, the temperature in these towns are also increasing. Like if people want environment with 30 degrees C, this temperature may exceed 30 degrees C sooner. Yeah. So we also try to think about what drives this. Like this, we analyze the different factors, like during the night and also during the in different kinds of towns and so on. We see the geography, especially for the elevation, and also many other human-related factors, like the economy, especially for the night light. And also for the evaporation, is the reduction of the green and blue infrastructure, and also for the albedo increase and so on. Actually, this, our results indicate the elevation is basically the key factor dominating the cooling effect, while other factors already show the impacts on this.
Professor, you have 3 minutes.
One
Okay,
minute,
thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, already affecting the cooling effect. So we try to say, and so this is like we identified the cool tourism traps. Yeah, so we think about the non-urban areas remain important cooling spaces. This is a positive result. But another is the formation of a climate tourism trap based on the increase of the buildings and the transportation, especially reduction of reduction of green blue spaces as well. This cycle relying on all the cooling resources, and we develop the cool resources, but we consume them. Yeah, this actually need us to think about how to address. Yeah. So, like Professor Andrews mentioned, that management is very important. Yeah. So currently, it's not the lack of nature climate assets, but the high anticipation of climate tourism actively consumes and degrades the cooling services it relies on. So it becomes a tricky thing. The local government want to boost the economy, but the ecology is vanishing as well. Yeah. So we try to put some planning, especially urban and rural planning framework, like the macro scale and the meso scale and the macro scale. At the macro scale, we need to define the boundary in the red lines to development. Meso scale, especially to limit the density, and so microclimates, we need to develop the buildings and also especially the local infrastructure with like the cooling meters, like low impact construction, permeable pavements, to roofing, like better has done that, and also and the trees and so on. So we try to think about this, and I would like to deliver this topic to this, because in the future, especially for many Indonesian cities and the rural areas, could be the tourism for people. Yeah, so we may think this in advance before this ecology things has already vanishing. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Bojihe, for your inspiring presentation and some valuable insights from your research. Now we are continuing to our third keynote speaker, Mr. Bipin Shah, President of Wingberg Incorporation, USA. Mr. Bipin Shah is an experienced industry leader who has been actively involved in advancing innovative and sustainable building technologies. His practical perspectives on integrating innovation, industry, and sustainability provide valuable insights into addressing today's environmental and construction challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bipin Shah.
Thank you very much. I'll be a little different than two experts here, because I am a person who like to do everything on ground. See results. If you have something to do, get it done now. You know, that's what the government wants, that's what the people want, and we need to act on the climate change now. So we need to know how we can share technologies which can be easily shared with developing countries and not really spend too much time, trying to act on it. Second thing is, if you guys are all researchers, make sure that you interact with other researchers and find out what they're doing and how new products are getting done. Don't try to waste time on developing the same product again and again. Just a simple example, when we had a Million Cool Roof Challenge for the cool roof, implementation around the world, there were 21 countries that participated. only how much? 30 participated first, and luckily I was the one to be the technical judge to choose a lot of people. Now, the problem is we wanted to make sure how the maximum impact will take place. And therefore, when we selected the final ones, we realized that a lot of developing countries did not have the technology. They did not know how to make cool paints, you know. So the first thing that I did was, how do I transfer this technology free of cost to that country so that they can actually make that and then actually implement it. So to say the least, Indonesia was the winner, and I did not be biased, but I was really very strict on understanding how this technology prospered in Indonesia. So going to the next step, if we are talking about rural and urban sustainable development, what we need to know, you architects or the people who are working in this field need to first go to those villages, find out what is the requirement, how they live, what are the products that they do, and then how you can transform them. If you don't understand them, you're not going to have any success. And therefore, we did one product in India and another one in South Africa, just to give you an example. We actually created a whole integrated grid, which was off-grid. So the whole village was not dependent upon the electricity coming from anywhere else. So it was a self-sustaining electrical power in the village. Second thing we did is we went to see how to transform the farms and to reduce the amount of methane gas coming out due to, you know, the fertilizer use and things like that. So we studied that. We took aerial pictures of the, you know, the spectrum, and we took the pictures to see what are the emissions taking place and what are they using which is causing that. Once we understood all that, we basically tried to find solutions. So you guys as researchers are the expert to find the holistic solution. You had a biodigester where the entire village was putting all the bio-waste into one place. So you are getting rid of all the bio-waste. Second thing is you're handling, basically the farm was having a submersible pump, which was basically throwing water through use of, you know, solar system and the pump, which was working on it. The third thing is we developed a water pool in the farm itself, which was covered by cool tarp. So just like what Beta may say about the cool paint on the houses, we actually use cool tarp on the water so no evaporation is taking place, and the water is there for a whole year. And that is how the sustainability was working. Going for, okay. So going further, just to let you know, even the clinics in the village, we were actually powering it with the electrical power through solar system. This is one of the houses that we built in India, which was net zero buildings, the passive buildings. And this is the handmade bricks machine that we gave it to the people there to make bricks out of clay and fire ash. Because the coal that we burn in the electrical powerhouse has a lot of fire ash. So we were actually using the bricks which were made there. Not only that, we actually came up with a new building system which is known as rat trap bond masonry system. We started using we reduced the number of bricks by 40% in these bricks without compromising on structure. So this is all, again, cool painted, and so the people were actually very happy living in this kind of houses. The other one that was in South Africa is the kit that we provided to the low-income houses. which already has the LED lights. It had a small refrigerator. It had, power, electric battery power, and things like that. So they were self-sufficient. The individual houses were actually self-sufficient in doing that. Okay, so this is one of the things that is developing now, which I would like to tell. Now, they're developing actually solar panels, which are allowing the light to go through them, and people are growing plants underneath that. So you're generating energy, at the same time you're doing agriculture in a very specific manner. Because this solar panel only allows certain amount of leaves and rice light to come through, which is helpful for the plant growth. So this is just being developed, and it is going to be available in the marketplace. I'll not talk too much about this, but there is a lot of things about, the renewable energy and cool paints in the house, which you can actually do as a community development in a village. So this is another thing that is a farm. So what we did is, this is a practical thing that we have done in India, where we have actually done a bio plant, where all the waste from the farm is actually going through. All the animal waste is going through that. And then basically we have a generator, but the generator's fumes are going through the water, charging the pond to be of high carbon water. That water is fed to the farm, increasing the productivity. The next one will show you what we want, and there is a cold storage which is available on the farm, which will actually, in case of issues, disastrous weather, the farmers can store it into the cold storage, which is also working individually. So this is all what the rural area people are doing. Oops. Okay, this is one thing that I was thinking about Indonesia when I was thinking about you guys. That you have a palm tree, every part of palm tree can be used for doing something or the other. The banana, trunk, the rice husk, and you can actually make bricks out of that, And not only that, one of the challenges that I'm giving to the researchers here is to make an insulation board which will be widely used in making buildings, replacing the regular foam, which is actually detrimental to climate. So this is something that we are currently working on in some of the developing countries. So now, jumping to the urban side. We were actually challenged by Department of Energy, saying that how do we actually build a community which is completely integrated. So when you are doing that, they do redevelopment, and the architects actually build the house. They have parking place, they have got commercial place, everything in one place. So what we do is we use the space to do and generate energy. And everything is kind of linked together, and this entire community in Virginia was independent of the grid. Not only independent, but it also supplied energy back to the grid, okay, by doing a appropriate thing. And this is including all the commercial outlets, okay? So when we did the analysis, that is what we were showing. These are extra slides. Okay, I want to talk one simple technology which Indonesia can adopt today. I'm talking about one product which is known as electrical optimizer. We use this is having all you see the new robot, that is the only one. By putting it into a hotel, so the line comes from the electrical power, it actually goes to the panel of the house or the building. In between that, you just put this transformer, the optimizer. We saved 20 to 25% of energy, direct, without doing anything. One box, 3 wires in, 3 wires out. I'm challenging Beta to, and we are going to give one sample to them to try it out in one of the buildings to see and study this, optimization of electricity. So when you talk about climate change and everything, any reduction in emissions, any reduction in energy directly affects the goal of reducing the temperature. So you heard about the theoretical part of it, that we need to do this, but we need to act practically now to get it done. So this is good for the government to support, good for the entrepreneurs to work on, and then good for architects to adopt. I think that is my last statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shah, for your very interesting presentations, especially when you are talking about the use of solar panel for electricity. It feels so relatable to us because currently we are having an electricity crisis in Banjarmasin. So we have like a blackout for every 2 or 3 days for 6 hours. So yeah, using your technology will be great for us. Once again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing to our fourth keynote speaker, Architect Dr. Engineering Beka Paramita from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Dr. Beka is widely recognized for her expertise in sustainable architecture, green buildings, and climate-responsive housing design. I believe this is something that also some sort of adaptation to climate change, correct? Her research focuses on developing innovative architectural solutions that promote environmental sustainability while improving the quality of life of local communities. Today, she will present her keynote entitled Advancing SDGs Through Rafflesia, a climate-responsive housing model for wetland communities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Beka Paramita.
Ya, thank you very much, Mbak Utami. Ya, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bisa menebak ini di mana? Can you guess where this photo taken? It's not somewhere out there. You're going to get diamond from here. So it's nearby here. So this is in Martapura, nearby. I forgot the place.
Local pride, Martapura people.
Yeah, I love this building, but somehow they cannot survive until longer than 12 or 20 years. And then, thank you Pak Sunardi and Bu Wiwin who always support me to have this project. We built 12 or 10, forget, 10 building around Banjarmasin, 7 in one village, another 3 in another village. I forgot the name of the village, but it's very challenging to get there. 1.5 hours perhaps go there. Okay, how about next? How to next? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I guess this is our challenge. 80% of Indonesian population, 80%, they cannot afford the house. So means KPR, non-KPR-able, not bankable, 80%. When I'm facing the challenge, when the Climate Works Foundation give us the money, 8 miliar, lumayan ya, bruk ke saya gitu ya, 500.000 USD, 500,000 USD. They just give to me, and then can you deliver this product, this technology to the whole Indonesian community? I said, Bismillah, okay, I will do that. And then from 2024, we collaborate with the PT Tata Logam Group how to enhance the collaboration between the academia, between the industry, and then the community. So like Bipin said that researcher is nothing without implementation. So here I'm challenge all of you, when you have something, please deliver to your colleague. I'm an architect, but I work with the health academia, and then chemical academia, sociology academia. We cannot have our own expertise and implement to the community. So this is what we found in Banjarmasin is quite challenging. It took 1 year to finally found how to build the house. You know, this is wetland. It's not like in Java. But then when I talk to architect in Banjarmasin, they say like, oh, we can build like in Java. No, this is not Java. This is Banjarmasin, wetland. They live up the top of the water. How to make it, the house sustainable on the water. So we try to make it, I hope there is some. So if you take a look the structure, they're not on the top of the ground. They are lifted still. So means that we try to combine between the local material, trucuk, I don't know in English, the foundation. We don't really have the foundation like in Java. We use local material. And then also the floor, we use ulin, existing. So we don't really build a fancy house, but then when I ask them to build with the wood, they resist that. They say like, we want to have the same building like in Java. Okay, so just make it the building like this. So how we can offer to the community when this passive cooling? Normally when people live inside this metal house, what do you going to perceive? Hot. It will be like sauna. This building without aircon, who is experiencing this building without aircon? Raise the hand. 40 degrees Celsius inside this. This is during the afternoon. All these people here, we are suffering. But we are suffering for you all to get this fancy international seminar. So thank you for the all committee who's suffering the hot inside the building. This fancy hotel without aircon, nothing. More than 2 hours, 3 hours, you're going to get heat stroke. I got it yesterday. This one is very, and then I said like, I cannot more than 3 hours. Oh, Andreas also here. You too? Oh, yeah, they went to Churiak Island yesterday, so they know how hot the situation here. And then we also offer the low emission construction. Why low emission? Because we don't really put the concrete, cement, and then how to say like brick. We reduce all the heavy material, which is, it will be like light. It will say that it will be like wind challenge here. Last year we built the house in Aceh. You know the flood is very severe. Our home still standing. So luckily me. The house is go nowhere. So the flood is like until to the window, but still standing. So means that our building provide the structure good enough, and then health, and then comfortability, and also it can be scalable. This is built by local builder, not from the Java. Okay, this is the way how we constructed. It's not fancy building, locally manufactured, locally built by the builder here. And then this is before. I just surprised that in front of the facade is very beautiful. I love wood actually. But then when we go to the inside, oh my God, we sleep with the sky. It's going to be romantic, but not every day. During the rain, it will be very rainy. So this is after. guess that's all. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Becca Paramika, for a very insightful presentation. We will now proceed to the question and answer session. I know that all of you have maybe many questions and comments about what has been delivered by our keynote speakers, but because we have a very limited time, and I believe that all the keynote speakers have a flight to catch. Okay. We will now proceed to the question and answer session. Participants who wish to ask questions may raise their hands and kindly introduce yourself by stating your name and institution before asking your questions. And please keep your question concise so we can accommodate as many participants as possible within our 10 minutes time limit. Okay, maybe any questions from the participants? Maybe somebody want to ask whether Dr. Becca can build the house for them, or maybe do you supply maybe some free samples of your paint? Okay.
Remind me. Yeah, so if this is not to build the house, but if you have the aircon in your house, I believe that 100% here. So you can ask the free sample to April, who's my assistant. So, but you need to paint by yourself, the facade or the roof. We can bring here for free. We need just only your token number. So we're going to see how much the reduction of aircon before and after. So that's for free. Bu Lena, I guess you also some, where is Bu Lena? Yeah, you also can perhaps can go to Bu Lena, so she also managed for this Banjarmasin area. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Becca. So people, free paint, contact Bu Lena. Okay, any questions? Maybe also, we also have some students here, okay. Okay, so we have a question coming from someone, okay, in the back. Please state your name and institution. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Kansa Marita Azra. I am from Materials and Membranes Research Group. I have a question specifically for Professor Andreas. If cities fail to meet the climate targets outlined in the Paris Agreement, what do you anticipate will be the most significant consequences for urban development over the following decades? Thank you.
Professor?
Thank you very much for the question. It's a very interesting question, but I will need about 4 hours to answer. So I will make it. I will be. Yeah, no. I will summarize. One of the most important points, especially in the sustainable development goals, is cities. Because we have several factors here which are burning. The one is that only 3% of the surface of the earth is cities, and we have the biggest emission on CO2 in cities, about 75%. That means the concentration should be in the cities. And here, especially in the cities, is that we have failed, but we will still fail. This is one point. The other point is that we need these targets. And these targets can be justified, can be adapted in the future. What we can reach very faster than reduction of CO2 emission is, let me say, adaptation. And this adaptation is a bottom-top approach, but mitigation is a top-down approach. This is the one important point. The other point is that we still have many actions, we have huge knowledge, not only in heat, also in the other extremes, and this should be communicated in an easy, understandable way. This is the first part. The second part is anything that we are trying to implement, it's fantastic, it's of relevance, but every modification that we are running should be monitored and also evaluated. That means we should be flexible
and we should focus on solutions, not which are very expensive, but can be implemented very fast. It's not so cost effective. But I think most important is, of course, we will survive in the next 100 years. This is not the point. The issue. The issue is how good we will adapt to the new situation, and it's very costly. That means it's very expensive. We are clear about that. But if we invest now, especially starting with adaptation and not separating mitigation with adaptation, in reality is the same. The name for that, or the term for that, is climate resilient planning. Nobody understands the meaning of this term, but we have this possibility. So we have to look in the forward, and we should bring all the things together, especially covering all the disciplines, but also focusing in communication in the changes of daily life. To provide you an example is, if you have a warning system, that helps. But if you have the appropriate communication for the people to tell them, look, 26 centigrade, 28 centigrade, sleeping in that conditions during the night is not good for you, they should be communicated and provide, let me say, simple solutions. Yeah? But I think even if we will fail, we will win in some cases, and we will learn from that and go ahead. And I think most important is not only communication, is also education, which should start from the kindergarten in reality. This should be implemented to understand what the meaning is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And also, I believe that we have a question from our online participants on Zoom.
Yes, we do have one question from the audience in Zoom. So I will read the questions. This is specifically for Professor Bao. What is your opinion on this hypothesis? If the connectivity of green spaces, water systems, and eco-friendly mobility is higher, and the continuity of their maintenance is better, then the city's resilience to heat waves will be higher. That's the question from the audience. Thank you.
Sorry, so could you repeat your question?
All right, okay.
And slower.
Okay, the question is, what is your opinion on this hypothesis? If the connectivity of green spaces, water systems, and eco-friendly mobility is higher, and the continuity of their maintenance is better, then the city's resilience to heat waves will be higher as well.
If you okay.
Because I got the question.
And maybe you can continue after him.
Yes, I will start and you can continue. The green spaces in urban areas is very important. During heat or extreme heat, we call it sometimes also heat waves, we have the, let me see, this will not protect the people and the plants. They will only slow something the effects. They will not reduce the heat waves. They will reduce the exposure, but they will not reduce, let me say, the causes. That's the one point. The other point concerning green spaces or vegetation is that you can have 100% vegetation in a city, you will not solve the problem. Because the biggest issue in the cities is the vertical surfaces. The problem of the cities is not that we have less green, but we have too many vertical surfaces. That's the point.
Would you like to continue, Professor?
Yeah. I would like a story about Chongqing. So during the overheating days, the green species all died. Yeah, because for this so long time of overheating and the drought, especially in the future, more than 40 days with the daily temperature runs up to 40 degrees C. Even with regularly maintenance and watering also, the drought is still killed the vegetation. And so especially, this is also common in Australia. The Greenland turns yellow. And also we actually cannot basically depend on only one way to address this. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your answer. And I'm totally agree with you, Professor Magzarakis. Like, we need to solve the root of the problem and not just like half of it. Okay, maybe I think we still have time for one more questions. If there is any other participant who would like to ask questions to our keynote speakers. On the right side. Oh yeah, the lady in green. Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Eva from Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, Lambung Mangkurat University. Please allow me to ask 2 questions for the speakers.
2 questions only. Okay.
Yes. Good morning, respected speakers. The first questions from me for Dr. Beta. It is very interesting project about the rhyplesia. Aside from factors like temperature, what specific output have you measured regarding the rhyplesia? I think it's mean like quality of life or health status of the residents. How about your output regarding the rhyplesia projects? Because it is very interesting projects. Congratulations for your projects with your team. And for the second question for Prof. Bivinsa, I'm sorry if I wrong to call your name. It is very interesting presentations and also interesting projects in India. I would like to ask you about the obstacles involved in establishing the hosts that use solar energy as their power source in India. Do you have the obstacles about this project? Yes. Thank you so much, moderator.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Becca, over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to point out that I forgot. This is my name. So how our house is not really hot, even using the metal panel, because we're using the reflective coating. So cat reflective surya means that 80% of the radiation goes to the earth. It's not going to be like bouncing, but they're going to disperse. So as long as there is a plantation and also the green area and also the blue area water, they're going to absorb the radiation reflecting. So there is another thing that when we have conducting many research, including the health, in Indonesia, in Bandung, we specialize in tuberculosis. So they're going to reduce the bacteria inside the house. That's for the tuberculosis. And then the other one is for the asthma. There's also, during the night, when they sleep, the quality of the sleep for asthma is not really good. But then after the painting, they can sleep much more well. And then the other one, asthma, tuberculosis, and then sweating for the asthma. Yeah, that's sweat. Oh, yeah, that's in the Pontianak. That's for the pesantren, boarding school of Islamic boarding school. Usually they open the jubah, gamis putih, and they have burqat. So he's interviewing the santri, and then after the painting, the burqat is gone because it's not sweating anymore, and then they can have the cognitive much more easier to get the lesson from the teacher. That's also in the Mayora, PT Mayora in Tangerang. Inside is 40 degrees Celsius. during the peak day. And then after the coating, there's 29. So it's reduced 11 degrees Celsius. Professor Matsarakis told us about the productivity, it's not just health, productivity. If you work inside the environment, perhaps the boys here is already accustomed to, but like us, they're going to collapse soon. So we cannot having the hot environment at that time. Okay, that's for the health issue in Banjarmasin. We've already tackled the problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Bipingsha for the second question.
What is your obstacle during your project?
Obstacle. I think the first thing that you have to kind of say that you're going to face all kind of obstacles. Local, government, product, implementation, everything. So I'll give you one example. When we started Cool Paints, people actually started manufacturing fake paints. They basically started applying it into the thing saying that we can get the same results. What happened? The good technology started getting bad review to the government. And the government basically says, oh, the Cool Paint doesn't work. You know, the first answer that we got was that. And so that's why it is very important to do a very practical project and show that this is what the thing is. And that's why when we went to India, we took a premium research institution to do the study. They did not do the study. We basically did all the work and they monitored the entire study. And they presented that whole report to the government. And I'll give you one more reason that we told the government that we have enough quantity of the product to go to the market. If you don't have a product, don't go to the government and say we want to implement this, because it will be a failure. There is a very simple thing. I know the Minister for Urban Development in India, very close friend, my schoolmate. I just went to him and I said, we want to do this. He gave me an example of implementation of helmet use in state of Gujarat. They made it mandatory. And what happened? There were not enough helmets available in the market. So the government got bad name. So they're very, very cautious about implementing a particular technology unless you prove it that it is implementable at any cost. But of course, we have government issues, we have land issues, we have, people not understanding that. I'll give you one more thing which was very interesting in my life. We went and talked about zero energy, net zero energy house construction. And you know what? We had a charrette. I don't know if you know what charrette is. Means we call all the people, including the laborers, to a group and have a discussion. So they basically, it was very interesting. People don't believe the architect, but they believe the laborer. So if the laborer says that this is not going to work, the owner is going to say, thank you very much, I don't want to do it. So be very careful to make everybody understand that how your technology is getting implemented, kind of stuff. So that's what I'll leave it with. Experience is really, for me, I've worked in this field of implementing things for 30 years for the US Department of Energy. The first thing I do is to go to the ground and understand what the reality is. Please do that. Don't talk about all the science and everything. Go and understand what the local needs are, what the local philosophies are, kind of stuff. Another example, if you want to learn, is solar panels. We implemented a solar panel where there were too many monkeys coming in. They loved it. They jumped on it and they broke the solar panels, learned a lot, that you need to make everything sustainable there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shah. I think that will be, we will have our last question. Please go ahead on. Yep. Okay, please make it concise and maybe just one question, sir. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. My name is Sujatmiko Setiobudihono. I came from University of Cahaya Bangsa University, and I lecture of the public health. Mungkin saya pakai bahasa Indonesia, mohon maaf. Saya ingin bertanya ke Ibu Beta. Ibu Beta, tadi Ibu tertarik dengan rumah, ya, foto. Ya. Sayangnya saya tidak bisa melihat interior, bagian dalam rumah tersebut. Karena saya masih ingat dulu saya sering waktu saya nginap di rumah nenek itu sering tertidur di lantai karena dingin. Ya. Dan kalau Ibu lihat sebetulnya rumah di Banjarmasin itu sudah punya local wisdom di mana angin dari pintu itu terus ke belakang. Sedangkan ruang-ruang itu di satu sisi tersendiri. Ya, saya tidak tahu apakah itu sekarang masih itu, tapi dulu itu menyebabkan angin dari depan itu langsung ke belakang dan itu menyebabkan rasa dingin. Enak saya untuk tidur, bahkan saya sering tertidur di lantai pada waktu siang, bahkan malah kalau waktu malam saya suka terlalu nyamuk, jadi sukanya malah tidurnya siang. Nah, tetapi saya lihat sekarang sudah banyak ditinggalkan model-model seperti itu. Sekarang, jadi dulu rumah Banjarmasin itu mengarah ke belakang, memanjang ke belakang. Tapi sekarang dengan adanya pembatasan, mungkin juga keterbatasan lahan dan lain-lain, akhirnya dibuat seperti rumah-rumah di kota-kota tipe 36 kayak gitu model itu. Dan akhirnya apalagi ditambah dengan atap yang rendah, plus juga dengan atap yang terbuat dari metal. Itu sudah.
Mohon dipersingkat, Bapak.
Ya, terima kasih. Jadi bagaimana Ibu Beta menyikapi hal tersebut, terutama untuk mengembalikan, terutama ya tadi untuk cooling, be cool. Terima kasih Ibu Beta, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak, silakan.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps I'm going to answer in Indonesian, sorry for that.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Jadi sebetulnya konsep kami rumah bikul ini memang bukan untuk daerah rural, Pak. Tetapi ternyata ketika kami menawarkan ke masyarakat yang free lahan, jadi kan persyaratannya itu harus punya lahan. Tapi nanti jangan rebutan ya, saya juga punya lahan Mbak, gitu. Jangan rebutan ya. Maksudnya sudah habis gitu ini ya. Jadi persyaratannya punya lahan, dan yang punya lahan itu nggak mungkin panjang, ya adanya segitu. Jadi ketika kami pertama punya uang kami adalah 40 juta satu unit. Jadi 40 juta satu unit, tipe 30, jadi per meter perseginya itu hanya 1,3 something per meter persegi. Itu adalah limited yang harus kami hadapi. Dengan uang sedikit, lahan sedikit, harus kuat, itu kan kayak palu gada gitu ya, apa lu mau gua ada gitu. Nah itu yang juga challenge ke kami. Karena saya di arsitektur dan teman yang di depan ini juga bidangnya arsitektur, kami mensimulasikan dulu Pak, angin, terus kemudian kenyamanan termal. Di sini ada Pak Rizky, ada Mas Randy, ada Mas Tri. Itu memang bidang-bidang mereka yang akan mengukur. Nah, rumah ini tanpa insulasi sama sekali. Kemarin yang di Banjarmasin saya lupa exactly-nya ya, Bu Wiwin yang banyak membantu dan tim dari Mas Nail itu segala, itu memasangkan alat ukur di atapnya. Nah, kenapa kami menggunakan seng? Sebetulnya ini pragmatis saja Pak, uang cepat, udah itu aja. Begitu kami ingin switch ke kayu, industri kita nggak siap. Kalaupun iya ada, mahal sekali, lebih dari 40 juta. Jadi itu adalah bargaining yang ketika kita di lapangan, duit 40 juta itu buat apa sih, bisa apa begitu. Jadi itu adalah bargaining position yang ketika kita di lapangan, mau tidak mau kita tidak menghilangkan unsur kekuatan pastinya, struktur, terus kemudian kesehatan, yaitu yang tadi berhubungan dengan angin, ventilasi, daylighting. Kalau Pak Rizky ini, beliau kemarin mengukur di Pangandaran ya, Pangandaran dan hanya Pangandaran, Gorontalo, Lok Sumawe, Aceh. Jadi proyek kami dari Aceh sampai ke Ambon itu sudah terbangun 122 rumah. Jadi dari Lok Sumawe turun itu di Bengkulu, turun lagi di Ujung Kulon, terus kemudian di Bandung, kami sudah tersebar. Nah, masing-masing daerah memiliki challenge dan kami bekerja sama dengan lokal, biasanya dengan PUPR lokal, dan biasanya bekerja sama dengan arsitektur, universitas arsitektur yang ada di sana. Nah, public health terkait dengan bidang Bapak, jika nanti Bapak berkenan, apakah nanti ada impact dengan, kalau yang di Bandung kemarin dengan Aedes aegypti, dengan nyamuk demam berdarah. Ternyata itu kalau di Bandung lebih prolong, lebih lama dia matangnya. Kalau Bapak nanti tertarik mau riset tentang itu, tentang public health, ternyata sleep quality, terus kemudian yang belum bisa kami tangani itu bising, noise. Karena memang dari 110 desibel itu kami turunkan baru bisa 70. Tapi karena mereka sudah terbiasa hidup di bawah rumah seng, ya 70 desibel itu nothing gitu ya. Kalau kita yang berada di kayak begini 50 desibel aja sudah mungkin sudah terlalu berisik begitu. Tapi karena mereka sudah terbiasa jadi no problem Pak. Jadi quality itu tidak kami hilangkan, hanya memang kesannya jadi industrial. Karena mau tidak mau ya itu tadi 40 juta itu mau jadi apa sih gitu. Tapi kalau Bapak nanti ke Bandung, rumah rafflesia itu bukan untuk cuma bukan untuk low income. Kami mulai meningkatkan untuk middle income dan untuk ke atas. Jadi sudah beberapa orang yang meminta saya untuk membangunkan rumahnya dengan model rafflesia itu. Berarti yang ditambah adalah insulasinya, ada ceilingnya, ya lebih mahal. Kalau ini betul-betul seperti selubung, begitu. Begitu Pak, semoga menjawab Pak Jatmiko.
Thank you very much, Dr. Beka. And I guess that ends our question and answer session. I think one of the take-home messages that we can bring all today from our presenters is climate change is truly affecting all of us in so many ways. And while mitigation is more of a long-term solution, we still need some innovation in adaptations and to find proper technologies for some adaptation that actually applicable, collaborations and innovative ideas are really important. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this keynote session, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of our distinguished keynote speakers for generously sharing their knowledge, experience, and inspiring perspective. I would also like to thank our participants for your active participation and engaging discussion. It has been a great honor for me to serve as your moderator today. I hope today's sessions inspires new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and innovative solutions toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our keynote speakers. Okay, you may go back. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for this inspiring and insightful session. We invite Professor Andreas, Professor Paujie, Mr. Bipin Shah, and also Dr. Beta and Ibu Utami to stand to receive the token of appreciation. Professor Mutia and also Dr. Galuh will be joining us on the stage to present the tokens.
All right, perhaps we begin with Bapak Dr. Andes Muhammad Akbar MSI. Yeah, with Professor Andres, yeah, with Ibu Mutia. And the second, Professor Mutia will give the token of appreciation to Mr. Bipin Shah. And once again to Professor Paujie. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Galuh, for giving to Mr. Bipin Shah. Please, once again, round of applause, everyone. And then to Ibu Beta from Ibu Dr. Galuh. All right, once again, everyone, please give our appreciation to all the keynote speakers. To Ibu Moderator, Ibu Dr. Utami, the token of appreciation will be given by Dr. Galuh. Round of applause, everyone. For all the keynote speakers, Ibu Dr. Galuh, Prof. Mutia, and also Bapak Dr. Andes Muhammad Akbar, please stand in line as we are going to do photo session. Let us show our appreciation with a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the second session of keynote speakers. This time, the session will be moderated by Bapak Insinyur Muhammad Alkaf Eskom Mkom PhD, the lecturer of Department of Information Technology, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. He achieved his PhD in Computer Science, King Abdulaziz University, Saudi Arabia. Please welcome Bapak Insinyur Muhammad Alkaf Eskom Mkom PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone, distinguished guests, respected keynote speaker, participant of this conference, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to serve as the moderator for this keynote session of the third International Conference on Wetland for Sustainable Development in conjunction with the International Symposium of Sustainable Buildings, Cities and Communities 2026. Before we begin the presentation, allow me to invite our distinguished keynote speakers for this session to come forward and take their seat. I will call the speakers one by one, and after all the speakers are seated, we will proceed with the keynote presentation. First, I would like to invite Dr. Eng Muhammad Doni Kurniawan, STMT from Institute Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Doni Kurniawan. Okay, next I would like to invite the next keynote speaker. I would like to invite Prof. Eko Setiawan, STMT PhD from Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Eko Setiawan. Okay, we have two more keynote speakers. Next, I would like to invite Winnie Setyonugroho, SCAT MT PhD from Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Winnie Setyonugroho. And last but not least, I would like to invite our last keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Yusilena Sari Eskom Mkom from Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Dr. Yusilena Sari. Okay, thank you very much for all distinguished speakers. Please, one more time, we give a warm round of applause for our speakers. As of our four keynote speakers are here with us, we will proceed with the presentation one by one. After all four presentations have been delivered, we will continue with the discussion or Q&A session. Before we begin, we will introduce our first speaker. So our first speaker is Dr. Eng Muhammad Doni Kurniawan, STMT, from Department of Architecture, Institute Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. Dr. Doni received his doctoral degree from the University of Kitakyushu, Japan, and his field of expertise is building technology. His work and expertise are highly relevant to today's discussion on sustainable buildings, neighborhoods, community-based transformation toward a more sustainable future. In this keynote session, Dr. Doni will deliver presentation entitled From Kampung's Ally Gang to Net Zero Neighborhood Through Empowering Community. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Doni Kurniawan. Dr. Doni, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the times. Okay, my name is Doni Kurniawan. I'm from Bandung, ITB, and I would like to present today about okay, ready? Actually, this is my presentation is about my experience in the committee, in the communities. My background is about building technology in ITB, but I have experience how to engage with the social community. So I think how to engage the social community is very, very important today, because when we have already have the result of the research, so it is important to implement your research to the community. So I think it is very important to us to understand how to make the community is more have some connections with us in academia. So today titles is about From Kampung's Alley, or in Java language, we call it gang. Yes, to net zero neighborhood through empowering community. I would like to present these presentations that have a correlation with the SDG. SDG number 1 is about no poverty. And SDG number 11 is about the sustainable cities and communities. And 7 is about affordable and clean energy. And the 13th is about the climate actions. So this is about me, and I have some session roadmap that I would like to present today. One is about the challenge. What is the urban sustainability in Indonesia, in the tropical cities, and what is the lorong? Lorongs, I have experience in Makassar cities. They say that gang or kampung alley, they call it as a lorong. The alley as a site of the urban transformations, and there is a community action, how residents drive the green transformations, and net zero community. It is about energy, food, and waste that we want to integrate it at the neighborhood skills. And there is a research evidence that I measures in the lorong or in the gang about the thermal comfort, about the greens, and the carbon and the social outcomes. And the last things is about the cross-cultural learning. What is in Indonesia, and actually is not just in Australia, but overseas that I want to compare. Okay, this is the backgrounds that we have the urban sustainability challenge in Indonesia cities. So the population in Indonesia is more than 270 millions, and more than 56% we live in cities. And we have some urban temperature that already rising, that Professor Andreas and Bauchi said. In Indonesia, we already got more than 0.3 degrees Celsius rising for the temperatures in the urbans. And we in Indonesia committed to have 2060 as an Indonesian net zero emission target. So we are under pressure because of the rapid urbanization in straining energy, water, and green space in Indonesia cities, and we have some problem with the urban heat island that worsening every decade, and high energy demand for the mechanical cooling, and we loss of community green and open space. So we know that it's like in Jakarta, the green open space in the city of Jakarta is just less than maybe 10%. Okay, and there is an informal settlement with the poor resilience and high carbon emission from the building sectors. This is what city that we dreaming about in the futures, to create the city as the livable world-class city for all. This is the aims actually for the people that live in the city. So we have to consider how to develop the city as well as that we can live in the resilient cities. So in the Makassar, this is my experience about how to develop green cities or lorong in Makassar. So you can see in the image, in the left hands, there is no garden. So we want to build the garden alley in the city, but not just for the green area or the greeny or the vegetations that common. So we want to build as productive urban farming. This is the SDG that I have. This is already in my books actually for the SDG from the perspective of sustainable urban neighborhoods. So we call it SUNS. This is the theory how to make the sustainable urban in neighborhoods. So in the right side, we consider about the building design. As an architect, so we have to consider about the urban design. And there is urban planning. So we have to consider about the master planning. But there is two kinds that have relations with the buildings and the master planning or the urban planning. One is the transportation system planning, and the other one is the community system planning. Today, I would like to present about the community system planning because it is more important than three criteria that I mentioned before. And how about the governments consider about the urban designs? So there is three kind of sustainability or three criteria of urban sustainability. One is about the economic performance, social contributions, and the environmental excellence. So when we connected three criteria of sustainability, so we have considered when the urbans want to be the living, livable city for all, so we have to consider about the cost, the quality, and the time. So if we connected economic and the environmental excellence, the aims or the goals of the city is about the feasible. It is about the resource. So how the government can manage the resource to be the feasible for the economics and for the environmental excellence.
Excuse me, Dr. Doni, 5 more minutes.
5, okay. In Arabic. Okay, in Makassar, actually, we learn how to make the smart garden alley that inspired by the biomimicry philosophies. So the brains is the government itself, and we are the peoples or the community as the cells, and how to connect the cells to the brains. So we use the smart technology to connect the peoples or the community to the governments. And what is the lorong actually? This is the anatomy of the lorongs. The width is about 1.5 to 5 meters. The length is about 50 to 200 meters per segment. And how to make before and after transformation story. Yeah, before we have the problems of the dark, poorly ventilated, use of waste dumping, no greenery, and we want to save to be the policy meets community. So from the policy of the Mayor Makassar at that times, they say that lorong in Makassar has to be lorong wisata or tourism's alley. And how to make that lorong to be the lorong wisata. So we use the vertical garden, shading canopies, solar lighting, and gatherings all the energy in one lorong. So we want to build more than 1,000 lorong as a potential city skills green neighbor. This is a visit that at that time we are in the lorong. We have a collaborations with the Penn State University and Colorado Boulder University. And we conduct many FGD to the community, how to make your lorong is more healthy, is more ventilated, and more green, and more productive. This is another ones, and we have some many discussions with the community and the peoples, and we have decisions to make the characters of the lorongs or the gang from the kampung to be a vertical garden using the renewable energy. It's like a solar PV canopy, rainwater harvesting, urban foodscapes, waste management, and solar LED lighting. This is what we use the AI and machine learning to implement in the urban farming at the lorongs. And we got some productivity community, and they say that every month they got some, every years they got money from this AI and machine learning that implement to the urban farming is about 300 billion rupiah every years for the productivity of the green solution. And we implement about the sustainability. Resilient is not just about the urban farming, but we use the energy and water and the food as a basic to develop the community in the lorongs of kampung. Okay, how to make the community as the engine of change. So there is a policy that the participatory model where the city of Mayor issue as the lorong wisata at that time and co-design. We use the community workshop and resident serets and build the resident implementations with the city and the ITB support at that times. And we monitor until now about how the teams measure the thermal, carbon, and the urban productivity there, and how to scale up the green productivity in the lorong. So this is the participation of work, and there is a quintuple helix collaborations models of the lorong. And we have a result from the lorong and have a collaborations how to make the lorong is more resilient for the communities and more livable for the community. And we use that kind of methodology to others side in Indonesia. And I think I make it fast. And another project that we implement in Indramayu. So we call it participatory approach for regenerative climate solutions. We use the same method, but with others network university. We have some university that have a collaboration with ITB. It's like Zurich, Norway, UK, and Canada. So the project objective is about the climate change that related to the need assessments, and we co-design solutions. We use the community to design their own environments, and co-implementations of the solution to establish the new knowledge through collaborative intervention. This is the project teams that we have already collaborations. And this is the living lab of the Indonesia in Indramayu. And another project that we have implementations right now in Sampela, in Wakatobi. We call it, that project is Edible Archipelago. So we designed about how the peoples in Sampela, which is the peoples that the environment mostly is in water, to be resilient in the future. So we use all many empowering community to make the people there to understand their environments, because in the future there will be have problems with the sea level rise. So we have to consider about this one, and we develop the food generative by their own community. And there is a nexus intervention. What is nexus? Nexus is about energy, food, and waters for the community. And this is the conclusion, I think, the community program, so that the community-led transformations of micro-scale urban spaces to achieve the city-scale sustainability outcome, net zero carbon for the neighborhood scales, and there is a thermal comfort that confirm the vegetation as the most cost-effective intervention in the tropical outer space, and we should have a quintuple helix model in essential for scaling sustainable neighborhoods beyond pilot project, and Indonesia and overseas actually, not just Australia at that times, have a mass exchange to the community density and the social resilience for the regulatory capacity and technology investments. I think that's all. Thank you very much from me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doni, for the inspiring presentation. It's very interesting, the project that Dr. Doni is working on. Okay, after Dr. Doni, we will continue with our second speaker, that is Prof. Eko STMT PhD from Master Program in Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. Prof. Eko received his PhD degree from Loughborough University, England, United Kingdom. His field of expertise include lab optimization and disaster management. His expertise provides an important lens for understanding sustainability as a complex issue that requires integrated, cross-disciplinary, and problem-oriented thinking. In the session, Prof. Eko will deliver a presentation entitled Viewing Sustainability Issues as Wicked Problems and Alternative Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Eko Setiawan. Prof. Eko, the floor is yours.
Bapak Alkaf, misi Bapak Ibu, Ibu Bapak yang kami hormati, dear participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day instead of good morning. Okay, please let me move down to the floor, and I will give the presentation quick, fast. So different from previous presenters, mine is a kind of theoretical, conceptual. But I think what have already been delivered by the previous presenters confirm what I want to give it to you. It's about viewing sustainability issues as wicked problems and alternative perspective. So, Ibu and Bapak, all presenters previous presenters already gave their thoughts and experiences. And next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. It's all about sustainability, and we all know that the citing United Nations Brundtland Commission in 1987, what is meant by sustainability? Right, so Pak Doni already mentioned about 3 pillars of sustainability: environment, social, as well as economic aspect of sustainability. And citing Kusmendar and colleagues, 2025, these are implementation of the 3 pillars of sustainability across various fields. And we can see from here that there are various fields, including sustainability and environment, and so on, until manufacturing and processing. And still citing Kusmendar, etc., and colleagues, the inconsistent adoption of TVL across industries is a continuing challenge and driven by both sector-specific constraints and the absence of universally applicable methodologies. We can see in the slide that of universally applicable methodologies and is absent. It means that we need another perspective instead of this kind of perspective in decision-making process regarding sustainability. So we are all familiar about define the problem, identify the alternative, determine the criteria, and so on, etc. And what I want to propose to you all is a concept called wicked problems. Wicked problems. So, to be fast, wicked problems can be differentiated from theme problems by considering 1, 2, 3, 4 aspects, including the problem itself, the role of stakeholders, the stopping rule, and nature of the problem. And as I said before, frequently sustainability issues can be seen as wicked problems instead of theme problems by considering the characteristic, the 4 main characteristics on the slide. Okay, and what we need about the acknowledgement that frequently sustainability issues are wicked problems instead of theme problems. What we are doing for the next step, that is by considering coping strategies for wicked problems. So by citing TATAM, which refers to Roberts 2000, we can see that problems can be seen like on the left-hand side, yeah, low level of conflict. Then the problem is simply type 1 or theme problems. If the problem have conflict over solutions, we can categorize the problem as type 2 complex problems, and so on, etc. And then what is important is that type 3 wicked problems, and on the top of it, then we need to consider different strategies regarding the coping mechanism. Right, so what I mean by different strategies are authoritative strategies, collaborative strategies, and competitive strategies. Those who want to know about these three strategies can read TATAM 2011 because of time limitation. Right, so the last one I want to propose to you is about the PSM, or problem structuring methods. So after we consider particular issues of sustainability as wicked problems, then we can take a look various methods in dealing with it, and one of them is called problem structuring methods. And I would like to present to you about the some of the methods in concise, which is strategic choice approach, SCA, soft systems methodology, multi-methodology, system dynamics, DPS, IR. Maybe some of you are familiar with this. So what I'm trying to say is that when we acknowledge a particular sustainability issue as a wicked problem, then we can choose one of these as method in dealing with that sustainability issues. I think that's all from me. In more detail, you can read the PPT, the slide, which will be distributed by the organizing committee. And there are a lot of papers I cited, so we can learn more from there. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Eko, for the interesting perspective for sustainability problem. We will share the presentation later with the participants. Before we continue, I would like to convey sincere apologies from Dr. Doni because he had to leave early from our session because he have to catch up to his flight. So if there is question for Dr. Doni, we can take the question and then give it to him. Okay, we continue to our third speaker. Next, we have Winnie Setyonugroho, SCAT MT PhD from the Department of Information Technology, Muhammadiyah University of Yogyakarta. Where is the profile? Not yet. Okay, just show up. Okay, Dr. Winnie received his PhD degree from University of Ireland, Galway. His field of expertise is medical informatics, and his present initiation brings an important perspective on how research, digital technology, health, and national research initiative can contribute to sustainable development and community well-being. In this keynote session, Dr. Winnie will deliver a presentation entitled Research Journey, Riset Merah Putih. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Winnie Setyonugroho.
Hi, thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I have to speak in Arabic because he graduated from Saudi Arabia. Okay, my research is about, saya agak grogi karena ada co-author saya ini. My research is about medical informatics, so it's kind of what it. And then actually my research is all about human monitoring system. And then previously most of my research are on hospital information system. and then move to a human monitoring system specific for the human, and then I move along into monitoring what the environment. So I will show you how I create the technology and how I overcome my problems so that you, the researcher or a junior researcher, you can handle the problems that you, you face during the research. This is the first message. Don't do my mistakes again and again. Many of the writers or maybe in blog journal, they always mention they're successful of their research, but not many of them telling how they did it and what is their mistake so that they already become a successful person in their research. Should I do this or this? So the early phase actually coming from, oh, I have to do this. So the early research actually coming from the COVID era. Before that, I'm researching in medical education and also hospital information system. And then in the COVID era, suddenly I saw problems. The problem is so simple. There are so many patients in the hospital or before they come to hospital, but then nobody can measure them, nobody can monitor them, because the one that monitor inside the hospital is the one that already sick inside the ICU or high care unit. Then can we monitor the person that outside the hospital or person who is not sick enough but is worth to monitor? And there is no system that can deliver that. Well, telemonitoring or monitoring available in hospital, especially in ICU. That is so expensive. So my thought is, can we use the cheap solution? And we just use your smartwatch, and then we try to monitor with our own system. We build our own system, monitor them telemonitoring, and then that's what we try in the first time, building the device. And then move, we make, this one is like, you can hang your clothes with the device. We implement this try to implement this in the hospital during the peak COVID. And then we move along, we try a different development, and then we do the comforts home care, which is something that you can put it in at home and we can monitor it from the hospital. But then why I put the strict line, gray line, this is when we come the problem. We face the problem. And then I will show you the other phase after this. So at this phase, we have two challenges. Many of researchers don't know how to make research become consumer product. Yes, the economic side, they know how to do the business. Yes, the industry, like Prof. Econ, know how the theory and do the industry thing. But many of the researchers actually don't know how to make the product become, the research become the product. Not at all. So that's come the problems. And then the second one, the ecosystem of the research itself and the university and the funding is not what you call. It's not there yet. The funding 1 year, 2 year have to be what you call report it 1 year, and then second year while doing the research to build a device and technology so that you can sell. I said sell, not only report it in the research. It takes very long and costly. So that's the problem. And then that's the problem in the medical. You're coming again? No? And then this is our research challenges, that in medical, everything is highly regulated, everything. So when you do the research, it's so costly. And the problem with the researcher in health area, by the way, my undergrad is medical school, and then I moved to engineering, and then I go back to my PhD in medical informatics and medical education. So I'm moving around my research. So I know a bit of the problems within the hospital itself, because I'm teaching in Magister Administration Rumah Sakit, and she's the one of my students, the director of the hospital. Yeah, she knows me, but I forgot. It's like, oh yeah, you're my student. So the problem with the health industry is everything is so expensive, actually, including the research, because no one, kind of, in Indonesia know how to develop technology. So the research going on in medical are using the tools. So they get used to with the research with the ready tools or ready device. While creating device or technology is not not common. So that's the big problems in Indonesia. And then, do this, not this, enable product development to reach industrialization, commercialization. We have to focus in how to make it. Not only, we cannot do this because the regulation like this, we cannot do this because the regulation like this. So we have to focus on delivering the product and make it happen. That's the big challenge in Indonesia. And then the second phase of mine is that I'm tired with ethical clearance, to be honest. So I have to move along. So we have collaboration with the industry, high-risk industry at that time with Teluk Lamong, Pelindo Teluk Lamong in Gresik. And then I understand that there are needs to monitor human in high-risk industry. So basically, we monitor the workers. But then something happened during the research that we are not kind of anticipate, that our focus is to make the person healthy. It's turned out that in industry, in high-risk industry, it's vice versa. It's kind of different side. They just want to know, it's like, they just want to see the workers healthy, so they are productive. So the healthy part is kind of, okay. The most important is productive. So this is different approach in delivering the system. That's new for me. So, well, we developed that. We try to develop another device. So in this phase, we learn so many things. We learn how to develop device more. We learn how to understand the needs of the industry. This is the difficult part, because usually we, researchers, do the research based on our needs, but at this phase, we do the research from the industry point of view. So this is totally different. And number two is, well, the funding is kind of problematic. So we have to find the fundings. At that time, we got Katareka twice. So number three, thing like the industry. The third phase, because we got so many problems during the challenges during the research, and then we try to see from different sides. During the development of device, during the development of the technology or information system, we try to see from different perspective. And to be honest, doing the research like this, usually we do behind the desk, inside the laboratorium, and it's not enough walking around Indonesia. So I challenge myself to do more social research about seeing how stroke, people with stroke, not patient, it's different. This is a terminology different. People with stroke who live in the society, how they live. So we move around, we do the research in 13 province, in 17 cities, and we do more on social science perspective research. Using the PHC Nusantara expedition, we come to many cities, especially for people with stroke, and we create the mobile app, we create the system, we create the device, the IoT device. This is the last version of my research in that particular research. I make this just like Alexa from Amazon. I just put it, my goal is to put this inside the house so we can understand whether the people getting weaker or they have a movement or not. Because you can see people with disabilities or with chronic illness, they move something, the step is not that clear, or sometimes they move fast. With this device, we hope that we can monitor whether their movement is getting slower or the voice is getting weaker. So we understand the pattern, whether they are in good condition or decline. Just using the voice, and the one that I collaborate with my co-author, which is Bu Utami over there. She is my ex-girlfriend. She's acoustician. She's acoustician. And then when I create this, it's not yet implemented, this one, but the device is ready. And then this one, and then I move to sports science. I collaborate with UPI, thanks to Pupeta. So we collaborate with Pupeta to monitor athlete. This is different. Athlete is not healthy people. No, they are not healthy. They are super healthy. That's totally different. We don't monitor their healthiness. So the standard of the athlete is not healthy. It's so extreme that actually it's so dangerous for regular people to achieve the standard of the athlete, because it's nearly collapsed. Basically like that. That's athlete. And then last 1.5 years, 2 years, we create the bioacoustic to monitor the environment, and right now we implement that in sawit plantation, and then we already Yeah, we work with Inhotani to put this in the what you call the plantation also in Inhutani, Hutan, to monitor the environment. For the sawit, we monitor the security. The fourth phase of my research is this is the lesson learned. I'm still doing my medical informatics research, but the problem is, if we cannot have the funding for monitoring human from the medical perspective, then I still have to do my research, creating device, creating the technology, but from the other perspective. So I move from medical device to athlete performance, to what you call people with sickness, something like that. So I still can get funding and creating the research. And then this one is a monitoring for athlete, the movement for the athlete in like football. We monitor the movement of the athlete. The prototype is already there, but it's not perfect yet. And this is the one that difficult. When we do, this one is a bioacoustic. We monitor the environment. If you have a question later on, the acoustician will answer the question. And then this one is the monitoring for the athlete, for the anthropometry. And this one. The problem with this is that if you only create the IoT, you will forget who needs the technology. The one that needs the technology is the, what you call, not the athlete, coach, the coach. The coach doesn't need the technology. The coach needs the information. So we have to build the complete information system for the coach before the coach wants to use the technology. So this is another cost in different research. So my research is building this one, but I have to spend a lot of my money, my fundings, to create the complete information system for the coach to do the daily routine of coaching. So this is, if you want to make research in industry, then you have to see it from many perspectives and give the complete solution for them. That's the kind of problem. And so I still do the research with the specialist paru. This is bilik wicara. We try to see whether the TBC patient increase the condition by only hearing the speech. So the speech part is researched by Dr. Utami and me doing the IoT. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Winnie Setyonugroho, for the inspiring research journey. I'm sure we can all get insightful. Most of our in the room is a researcher, so we can take something from your journey. Okay, that is for our third speaker. Next, our last final keynote speaker is Dr. Insinyur Ruslana Sari Eskom Mkom. And we have her profile here. She is from the Department of Information Technology, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Dr. Yuslena completed her doctoral degree at the Graduate School Program, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. And her field of expertise is artificial intelligence in disaster management and agriculture. So please welcome Dr. Yuslena Sari with the presentation entitled Firewatch, Early Warning System for Mitigation Peatland Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Yuslen Nasari.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Okay. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Yeah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yuslen Nasari. I'm from Department of Information Technology, Universitas Lampung Mangkurat. It is an honor for me greet the speakers, academic, researcher, practitioner, student, and all participants who are here today. First, let us thank God Almighty because we can gather in this academic forum. Today, I will present Firewatch, an early warning system for mitigation peatland fire. The following is data on forest fire in South Kalimantan. South Kalimantan has large peatland areas, especially in lowland and swamp regions such as Banjarmasin. There are two types of fires. Fires with visible flames and smoldering peatland fires. Peatland are unique because they store a large amount of organic material and depend strongly on water table. Because this organic material is located below the surface, fire can spread into the soil and becomes difficult to extinguish. Okay, peatland fire management should not only begin after fire appears. Therefore, Firewatch uses KBDI peat, a peatland-specific drop index, to estimate peatland dryness and fire susceptibility. This approach supports database prevention by helping the system monitoring risk condition and provide early warnings. However, collecting the specific parameter is challenging because it needs strong resources. Firewatch is a web and mobile early warning system for peatland fire mitigation. It uses artificial intelligence or AI to derive KBDA peat from environmental parameters and identify peatland dryness level and fire risk. The system collects data from field sensors, IoT devices, UAV imagery, weather APS, computer vision, and vegetation information. These data are analyzed and converted into risk level, such as low, moderate, high, or extreme. The results are then delivered to user direct web and mobile application as risk information and early warning alarms. The most important part of this system is its ability to transform technical data into information that easy to understand. Field officers do not only need numbers, they also need clear information about whether an area is safe, need monitoring, or immediate action. The constraint in developing fire watch are lack of public interest in using mobile-based disaster mitigation application, resulting in less monitoring of early disaster detection by local communities. And disruption of detection tools in the field, it will create a false alarm. We can say in general is erroring alarm. The future work, we start developing a point-based gamification for user, where user or the community act as volunteers in reporting fires around the land or forest. And the next step in developing the fire watch is to add sensors such as gas sensor to the IoT network, and adding cloud safe classification parameters to weather prediction. Okay, the main conclusion about disaster early warning system is a false alarm is better than a missed disaster. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Yuslan Asari, for excellent presentation. Your presentation has completed this keynote with important perspective on how artificial intelligence and early warning system can support peatland fire mitigation and sustainable environmental management. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now listened to our 4 outstanding keynotes presentation from our distinguished speaker. Before we continue with the Q&A session, let's give us one more warm round of applause for our presenter. Okay, now we'll continue to the discussion and Q&A session. This Q&A session will open for all of our 3 speakers, because previously we have 4. We will have maybe 3 questions, if possible. Please raise your hand if you have question, and when invited, kindly mention your name and affiliation before asking your question, and indicate if your question related addressed to all our speaker or only one of our speaker. Please, if anyone have question, can raise your hand. Is there any question? Okay, we have one question from the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, I have a few questions, but I see Mr. Doni is not in place, so maybe the question for Mr. Doni, if available, maybe can answer by the other speakers about the green technology that is stated in Mr. Doni's presentation. In Banjarmasin, the challenge of high building is the usage of very big energy for air conditioning. Is there maybe some opinion about how to reduce the use of air conditioning for high-rise building in Banjarmasin? Yeah, as I stated before, specifically for Mr. Doni, so if there is no answer, there's no problem. And then for Mr. Winnie, I have a family working as a lecturer in electrobiomedis, Unair. And I know that the problem in biomedic is the cost of the patent of the device itself, because in global market there is already an established device that we try to make a simpler model that can afford for maybe Indonesian market. How can you please you tell us how you overcome or how you face that problem? And maybe the last for Ms. Yuslena, have you ever tried to implement the Firewatch app for field cases in Banjarmasin or Kalimantan? How is the validation of the Firewatch app itself to face the cases, the actual cases in Kalimantan or in Banjarmasin? Maybe that's all. Thank you for kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think I will briefly summarize the question. One is for Dr. Doni, who is not here anymore, about regarding the usage of air conditioning in high-risk building. If any of our speaker wants to comment on that, we can accommodate. If not, we will continue to the question for Dr. Winnie about the electromedical cost of patents. Go ahead, Dr. Winnie, if you want to explain, answer the question.
So, yeah, that's the problems. Research in health sciences, health, medical, nursing, or in that area, especially the technology and creating the technology is so difficult. It's highly regulated area. The problem I see is that the willingness to create the technology itself from the health scientists, from the doctors, is very low, very low. That's one problem. Second one, the regulation for us to do the research in medical device is not yet complete or regulated by the government. So we already do the communication with the Kemenkes, with the department, Kementerian Industri, and then from the law perspective, it's still stuck, mentok gitu ya, kira-kira. It's very stuck. We cannot do anything about it. While we see that Chinese and India release the product very affordable, very affordable. That means the industry environment ecosystem in that country is already there. We know, not at all. We buy the chipset, ESP32 from electronic. They must know this. Very cheap, but it's import. We want to buy the small screw. It's imported. Everything is import. So that's another problem. If we want to do the research just like India or China, the government has to give the protection to the researcher and industry itself. They cannot release that. Nggak bisa kalau cuma only, okay, you do yourself and then try to survive. No, it's impossible. It's impossible. It has to be government top-down policy for these matters. So because there is not there yet in medical device research, then that's why I moved to the social and industry, also sports. Less regulated, but still I do the research about the human actually. So I still do the research on the technology while I'm not mentioning health or doctors. So that's why I get around the regulation, but still do the research and create the newer technology and more and a better technology. So that hopefully, if later on the condition is already what you call easier for us to do the research in medical device industry, then I already have the technology and the team. Because the difficult part is only not the way I think the product, but also the team behind me. That's the important part. So I have to make sure that they stay with me, learn and grow up together with me. If I do it myself, no. So one part of the difficult in creating this kind of research is building the team. And building the team is costly and take a long time. That's the one that not, this is another policy, covered in research funding. So I have to find a way to fund my team so I can grow up together, so I can create a better tools, better technology, better solutions. So, well, if we want, I'm open to do a collaboration of research in whatever that I show in my presentation. That's all. Hopefully, that satisfy you. If not, then we can have discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Winnie, for the complete answer. I hope it answered the question, Dr. Afif. Okay, we will continue for the answer for the next question from Dr. Afif for Dr. Yusilena.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Afif. My research was conducted in Hutan Lindung Liang Anggang in near of Banjarmasin in Banjarbaru, and the result never to hike and extreme because the season is not dry season. Okay, thank you.
I think that's the answer from Dr. Yuslana. Because we have limited time, next we have a parallel session. So I apologize, I have to close this session early. So we have to conclude this Q&A session. For questions that have not yet been addressed, we encourage participants to continue the discussion informally during the break or after this session. On behalf of the committee and all participants, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Muhammad Doni Kurniawan, Prof. Eko Setiawan, PhD, Dr. Winnie Setio Nugroho, and Dr. Yuslena Sari. Please give one more round of applause for our speaker. Thank you very much for your valuable time, inspiring presentation, and meaningful contribution of this conference. I would like to thank all participants for your attention and active participation. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our keynote session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will now return the session to the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you for sharing such a valuable and insightful session with us. We now invite Bapak Dr. Eng Arsitek Muhammad Doni Kurniawan, STMT or the representative, and also Bapak Prof. Eko Setiawan, Bapak Dr. Winnie, Bapak dan Ibu Yuslena Sari, and also our moderator, while Bapak Professor Sunardi will join us on stage to present the token of appreciation. The first, the token will be given to Bapak Profesor Eko Setiawan. Please give applause. The second token will be given to Bapak Winnie Setyo Nugroho. The next is to Ibu Dr. Yuslena Sari. And to our moderator, Bapak Muhammad Alkaf. Please give a heartfelt round of applause to all the keynote speakers and moderator. Perhaps one more photo session for all the speakers and moderator. Distinguished keynote speakers, honored guests, and participants. As we come to the end of today's keynote speaker series, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge, experience, and inspiring insight. We also extend our sincere appreciation to all participants for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and enthusiastic participation throughout the event. We hope that the knowledge and discussion shared today will encourage continued collaboration, innovation, and lifelong learning in our respective fields. Before we officially conclude this event, let us express our gratitude by reciting Hamdalah. On behalf of the organizing committee, I sincerely apologize for any shortcomings during the event. And information, the panel presentation for the first day of the conference will begin after break at 2 p.m. Once again, thank you very much everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bapak dan Ibu yang akan presentasi pada hari ini, ruangan untuk presentasi ada. Ibu dan Bapak bisa menuju ke arah lobi terlebih dahulu, kemudian ada tangga, silakan naik tangga. Semua ruangan ada di sana untuk room jade, diamond, dan juga topaz. Untuk ruangan topaz akan ada di dekat gym. Terima kasih.